La Grèce.
Greece.
Hong Kong en Chine.
Hong Kong, China.
Hongrie.
Hungary.
L'Irlande.
Ireland.
L'Israël.
Israel.
L'Italie. Le Japon.
Japan.
Le Kazakhstan. La Lettonie.
Latvia.
La Lituanie.
Lithuania.
La Malaisie.
Malaysia.
Le Mexique.
Mexico.
Namibie.
Namibia.
La Norvège.
Norway.
Nouvelle-Zélande.
New Zealand.
Les Pays-Bas.
The Netherlands.
La Pologne.
Poland.
Le Portugal.
Portugal.
La Roumanie.
Romania.
La Fédération de Russie.
The Russian Federation.
Singapour.
Singapore.
La Slovaquie.
Slovakia.
La Slovénie.
Slovenia.
La Suède.
Sweden.
Chinese Taipei.
Chinese Taipei.
La République tchèque.
Czech Republic.
La Turquie.
Turkey.
L'Ukraine.
Ukraine.
L'Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Le Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Et enfin, le Canada.
And Canada.
Show your appreciation for Mr. member of the City of Montreal Executive Committee, responsible for sports and leisure, infrastructure and procurement.
Pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue à Montréal, accueillons M. Richard Deschamps, membre du comité exécutif de la Ville de Montréal, responsable des sports et loisirs, des infrastructures et de l'approvisionnement.
Mesdames et Messieurs, Mr. Craven, President of the International Paralympic Committee, Mr. Vogler, Mr. Lavallée, representing Mr. Lisée today, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour. C'est avec une grande fierté que aujourd'hui je participe comme membre du comité exécutif de la Ville de Montréal à l'ouverture de ces championnats mondiaux qui se tiennent pour la première fois ici en Amérique du Nord et à Montréal. I would like to wish a warm welcome to each and every one of you, participants, swimmers, especially athletes, trainers, families, friends, volunteers, and all of those of you who are going to participate during the next week of those championships. I would like to salute and thank the International Paralympic Committee who have chosen Montreal. I think it was a real good choice and a logic choice. Mais aussi de plus en plus comme une ville de sport. Et nous allons le démontrer au cours de cette semaine. Je voudrais donner un remerciement spécial à tous nos athlètes qui vont nous offrir un très grand championnat de très grande qualité. Et je veux saluer leur courage, leur persévérance et également leur détermination à l'avance. Je suis certain, I'm sure that this week we're going to have important competitions, and I wish you all very good games and championship here in Montreal. Merci beaucoup à tous nos partenaires, merci également aux médias, et merci à tous les Montréalais et tous ceux qui vont venir d'ailleurs de Montréal, par le monde, de venir assister ce grand championnat que nous lançons aujourd'hui et auquel nous participerons tous cette semaine. Mesdames et messieurs, ensemble, soyons très fiers d'accueillir aujourd'hui et de lancer les championnats du monde au niveau de la natation pour le Comité paralympique mondial. Merci.
I have the honor of inviting Mr. Anton Bogler, the co-chair of the local organizing committee, to speak. On a le grand honneur d'inviter M. Anton Bogler, le co-président des championnats du monde de natation IPC 2013, à vous dire quelques mots.
Distingués invités, chers athlètes, mesdames et messieurs, il me fait grand plaisir de vous voir tous ici au complexe aquatique du Parc Champ-Drapeau et de vous souhaiter, au nom du comité organisateur, la bienvenue à Montréal. Organizing these championships has been a great challenge, but also a source of pride for everyone involved. From the beginning, we knew we were working toward something far greater than ourselves. Tout au long du processus que nous a amenés à aujourd'hui, nous avons été motivés par l'idée d'offrir aux athlètes élites de partout dans le monde l'opportunité de se dépasser, de réaliser leurs rêves et de continuer à nous inspirer. Je suis fier de vous dire que cette idée est maintenant une réalité. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners for all their support over the past few months. Parc Champ-Drapeau for allowing us to use this amazing venue, as well as all our volunteers and everyone else involved in this project. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
On a maintenant le grand honneur d'inviter Sir Philip Cribbin, président du Comité international de paralympique, à vous dire quelques mots.
Au nom du Comité international paralympique et de l'IPC Swimming, je vous souhaite la bienvenue à Montréal pour les championnats du monde de natation IPC 2013. Suite à l'impressionnant succès des derniers Jeux paralympiques de Londres, l'élan continue ici avec 480 athlètes provenant de 55 pays différents. Tout prêt à donner le meilleur d'eux-mêmes. Many of us here will have great memories of last summer when 18,000 spectators packed out the London 2012 Aquatic Centre each morning and each afternoon. Millions watching on TV around the world were left inspired as swimmers put in performances and
This sport has never been stronger, and I'm sure that over the next 7 days, you will see that the athletes will never be stronger too. Beaucoup de temps et d'efforts ont été nécessaires à la préparation de ces championnats du monde. Je souhaite remercier tous les partenaires qui ont rendu possible la réalisation de cet événement. Le comité organisateur, Natation Canada, le comité paralympique canadien, les différents paliers du gouvernement, ainsi que la ville de Montréal, les sponsors, les volontaires, les classificateurs, les officiels et les plus importants de tous les athlètes. Je vous souhaite à tous et à tous bon courage et profitez-en de ces championnats du monde. And now, to officially open the 23rd IPC Swimming World Championships, please welcome Mr. André Lavallee, representing the government of Quebec. Thank you. Merci.
Membres du comité organisateur, mesdames et messieurs, le ministre responsable de la région de Montréal, M. Jean-François Lisée, ne pouvant pas être présent, me demande de vous transmettre, en son nom et au nom de sa collègue, la ministre Marie Malavoie, responsable de l'éducation, du loisir et du sport, le message suivant. Le gouvernement du Québec est très heureux de s'associer à la tenue à Montréal, dans la métropole du Québec, des championnats du monde de natation CIP 2013, et ce, via une contribution de 500 000 $ du ministère de l'Éducation. Les deux ministres joignent leur voix à celle du public et de tous les partenaires de l'événement pour saluer l'engagement et de la détermination de chacun des participants et des participantes et vous souhaiter le plus grand succès. En terminant, je suis effectivement très heureux de déclarer ouvert les championnats 2013 de natation. Voilà, merci beaucoup. Bon succès.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are available for the entry of the Paralympic flag and the playing of the Paralympic anthem. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez maintenant vous lever si possible pour l'entrée du drapeau paralympique ainsi que pour l'hymne paralympique. To take the athlete's oaths, please give a warm Montreal welcome to Canada's multi-Paralympic and World Champion, Benoit Murat. Et maintenant, pour prêter serment au nom des athlètes, je vous demande d'accueillir très chaleureusement Benoît Murat du Canada, détenteur de nombreux titres paralympiques et champion du monde.
Pour la gloire du sport et l'honneur de nos équipes.
To take the official's oath, please welcome Justin McLean. Il est arrivé à la plage de Justin McLean qui prêtera serment au nom de tous les juges officiels.
Au nom de tous les juges et officiels, je promets que nous remplirons nos fonctions pendant ces championnats en toute impartialité, en respectant et en suivant les règles qui les gouvernent dans un véritable esprit sportif.
And finally, to take the coach's oath, please welcome Vicky Keith. Et finalement, veuillez accueillir à la plage Vicky Keith qui prêtera serment au nom de tous les entraîneurs.
In the name of all coaches and other members of the athletes entourage, I promise that we shall commit ourselves to ensuring that the spirit of sportsmanship and fair play is fully adhered to and upheld in accordance with the fundamental principles of the Paralympic movement.
Ladies and gentlemen, this merci aux dignitaires et représentants et bienvenue à la première soirée de compétition des championnats du monde de natation IPC 2013. 25 épreuves à faire ce soir avec 25 possibilités de médailles d'or. La compétition débutera dans moins de 25 minutes, donc restez les nôtres à 5 heures la première épreuve. session will be held in 5 minutes. And the final session will start at 5 p.m.
Nous allons bientôt procéder à la parade des officiels dans 5 minutes et la première épreuve est prévue pour 17 heures, donc restez les nôtres.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the final session of the 2013 IPC Swimming World Championships.
Bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue à cette première soirée de finale des championnats du monde IPC 2013.
Please welcome to the pool deck the officials for the session.
Et maintenant, accueillir s'il vous plaît les officiels pour cette session.
Ladies and gentlemen, the technical delegate for this competition is Jane Blaine.
Délégué technique pour cette compétition, Jane Blaine.
The referees for this session, for the men's event, Tony Ward.
Les juges arbitres pour cette session pour les épreuves masculines, Tony Ward.
For the women's event, Ingmar Hahn.
Pour les épreuves féminines, Ingmar Hahn.
The starters for the session, for the men's event, Linda Orr.
Les starters pour cette session pour les épreuves masculines, Linda Orr.
For the women's event, Diane Lepage.
Et pour les épreuves féminines, Diane Lepage.
The officials are invited to be seated.
On invite maintenant les officiels à vouloir prendre place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the pool deck the competitors for the final event of event number 1 at 400 Freestyle S6 category at the 2013 IPC Swimming World Championship.
Et devant l'entrée sur le lycée, mesdames et messieurs, les finalistes de l'épreuve numéro 1 de 400 mètres libre chez les yeux catégorie S6, Ismaël Mohamed de Jean Lafaux pour les championnats du monde IPC de natation 2013.
Jessica va inscrire une performance de 1:04.12. Également aux 50 mètres libres chez les dames S4 du Mexique, Nelly Miranda Herrera a réalisé un chrono de 41:72. Et finalement, le troisième record du monde battu ce matin aux 200 mètres libres chez les dames S3 de l'Ukraine, Olga Sviderska a réalisé un temps de 3 minutes 46.
Number 3 representing Japan, Kayosuke Oyama.
Dans le corridor numéro 3, représentant le Japon, Kayosuke Oyama.
Ladies and gentlemen, the finalists for the S1 Freestyle S6 category.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici vos finalistes pour le 400 mètres libre chez les messieurs catégorie S6.
Dans le corridor central, le numéro 4 présentement, représentant l'Irlande, il s'agit de Derek McDonald, lui qui a remporté la médaille d'or lors des Jeux olympiques. En 2009 par Anders Olsen, a réalisé cette performance à Reykjavik en Suisse, présentement en avance dans le corridor central. Après 150 mètres, toujours en avance dans le corridor central. Reaching the mid, followed by the Colombian Nelson Christian and Kayosuke Oyama from Japan.
4 et 33, le japonais Montreal numéro 3, Kayosuke Oyama, je rappelle le record. 100 mètres à compléter dans ce 400 mètres chez les messieurs S6. Deuxième position dans le corridor numéro 6, toujours le Colombien Nelson Tristan 4:09:84. Et finalement avec 100 mètres à faire en troisième position.
l'Islande, Thelma Bjornsdottir.
In lane number 3, representing Italy, Emanuela Romano. Simmons.
Dans le couloir numéro 4, représentant la Grande-Bretagne, Ellie Simmons.
In lane number
Dans le couloir numéro 7, représentant la Hongrie, Fanny Hiller.
the finalists for the women's 400-meter freestyle S6 category.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici vos finalistes du 400 mètres général S6.
Présentement dans le corridor central, le numéro 4, la détentrice de la marque mondiale dans cette épreuve, 19-11, deuxième position à ses côtés dans le corridor numéro 3, l'Italienne Emanuela.
Meter mark. First is Ellie Simmons from Great Britain with a time of 2:0.
De compléter dans le corridor central numéro 4 en 2:41,52.
Going very well though in lane number 6.
Turn there, you see her coming into the red markers. Ellie Simmons is going to be swimming against the other. The other ones are going to be going in a completely different direction in a minute. We'll see them pass each other as moving into second place. Degadillo, as Ellie Simmons goes the other way on her way home. Degadillo in second position and Ribeiro clear in third position. We've seen some good battles for the minor places in these first two heats, but there's been no doubt about the two winners. Darren McDonald took the first final, and it is going to be Ellie Simmons who's going to take this second one. 5:19.17 is the world record. That is still going to be the world record after this one, but Ellie Simmons is again going to be the world champion in the S6 400 metres freestyle. Ellie Simmons takes the gold.
Well, splendid gold medal, and coming in for silver in lane number 5, Degadillo of Mexico takes the silver medal, and lane number 6, Susana Ribeiro from Brazil, the bronze medal for her and her national team. Ellie Simmons there looking not as emotional as she did just 10-11 months ago. Taking it all in her stride now. She has the experience of the world across her shoulders, and still so young, really now mastering this event. It's her event. She's the world champion once again. Coming in there in lane number 2 for Israel, George Dottir, and lane number 7, Fanny Iles of Hungary, stops the clock. Camera's still looking at the smile of Ellie Simmons. This competitor, lane number 1, Shestapal of the Ukraine, coming home in 6:47.21 unofficially. There's the official result for Eleanor Simmons of Great Britain.
Ellie Simmons there, coming off the wall as well as some of the others, with from lots of longer levers, as I said. As soon as you hit that first turn, was pressed in the early stages by Romano, the Italian swimmer, but after that it was all Ellie Simmons. Look at that superbly balanced stroke here. Ellie Simmons, no one else in sight, and she comes in stretching for that wall in that final time of 5:24. She did slip away slightly off the record pace in the last 100, but with no one around her, well, who could blame her? Ellie Simmons just looking at the clock there. That's not bad. Yeah, it's good enough.
You're absolutely spot on there, Paul. I think it was a lot lost down the last 100, which is a surprise. She was on sign, I think give or take half a second, but lost a little ground. But there's the official results. The medals are what they are, and it's gold for Great Britain. And here's the next start list, the men's 200 metres individual medley, SM13. So these competitors have a visual impairment. Again, Finland looking a little hot over there. It's very close in here. It's an outdoor facility, but there's a lot of covering, a lot of shade, a lot of built-up scaffolding areas with roof covers and powerful lighting, and it's quite a muggy evening. It's actually quite a good thing for the swimmers because it helps their muscles stay warm and relaxed, and cold muscles don't stretch. So it's a good competitive environment, but those sitting in the stands fully clothed are feeling perhaps a little bit close and uncomfortable at the moment, but I'm sure excited about all the racing tonight.
Well, it's just gone 5:15 here, Montreal time, and the session due to go on for some 4 hours. So we'll see all sorts of weather tonight. We'll see the dusk, and we'll see how that affects us. We've been told about some of the insects in here once the darkness starts to fall around about this water. So we've still got to experience that now. I'm not looking forward to that one.
Well, the next event Russo goes into for Australia, Denisenko for the Ukraine in 3. Ihar Boki goes in 4 for Belarus. Great champion, Paralympic champion. Dubovoy, Roman Dubovoy of Russian Federation goes in 5. Charles Bauer is in this final, but so too is Prunadu. Charles Bauer, actually, we're checking on the start sheet and the possible no-show here.
I think he's down as a DNS, did not start, so for some reason Charles is not taking the start. Speaking of South Africans the other day, and he wasn't too well the other day, so hopefully we'll see him later in the week. So no swimmer in line 6, Charles Boyer.
Ihar Boki, world record holder 2:06.30, set that 7th of September last year in London. So all eyes on lane 4. Very long ranging dive, very tall competitor, got a long reach, full reach height is very important in the world of swimming. Look at the leverage. The arms are huge, taking very few strokes to get down the pool. Long but powerful strokes, causes 1 length of the pool on each of the individual strokes. 1 length butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and front crawl. 26.33 is incredibly fast. 2/3 of a second clear of the rest of the field. Dubovoy not here. Sorry, Dubovoy in 5, Bauer not here. Denisenko in 3, trying to get back. Denisenko in 2nd place. Still in the lead, comfortably in the lead, Ihar Boki. 58.60, and he does like his breaststroke.
He went out quite fast there, under world record pace there for the butterfly, but he's just about spot on record pace here. 58.34 was the pace when he set the world record back in London last year. Let's see what he is after this breaststroke leg. Being pressed now by Denisenko in that lane next to him, but the leader, Ihar Boki from Belarus, 5 times a gold medalist in the London Games, and that time is under world record pace for Ihar Boki. We could be seeing our first world record of this evening's session. The mark that Ihar Boki is looking for, 2:06.30 into the last 15 metres. Ihar Boki.
Yes, we've passed the red disc there. He's in the very final closing stages. For sure, it's going to be a massive world record, 2:03.79 for Ihar Boki. rookie. What a fantastic performance. And in lane number 3, Denisenko gets the silver. Bronze to Dobovoy. 2:12.62, 2:08.45 for Denisenko, but what a world record. Very strong at the breaststroke leg. The cameraman could hardly stay in contact with him. He was almost in the next frame, almost in another swimming pool.
He certainly improved his breaststroke, actually. There's a backstroke. He's always known as a very, very strong backstroker. It was sometimes the breaststroke let him down in the medley, the others would come back, but he just didn't get caught at all there. And coming into it, look how strong he is. Wow, that's a really strong finish there from Ihar Boki. And nearly 3 seconds off the old world record. 2.5 seconds, what a margin.
And you can always tell what strength is left in these swimmers when they really turn on. The 6-beat leg kick, great huge washy waters, an outboard motor driving in home there. Increased his stroke rate with his arms and leverage, but the stroke length was still there for an absolutely splendid world record, 2:03.79. That's the official results for the men's 200 metres individual medley SM13.
You might have seen that other caption there, Sean Russo from Australia, that OC, Oceanic record for Sean Russo from Australia. To move on to the next event, which is the women's 200 metres individual medley S13. The local favourite goes for Canada in lane number 5, Valérie Grandmaison.
Russian Federation there, looking relaxed and happy as the competitors walk out for this next event. Repeating what the men just did. Will we see a world record though? 2:27.64. That goes to lady in 4, but there's Curry for the USA in lane 1. Kozo goes in lane 2 for Germany. Bruce Mallon in lane 3 for Australia. Rebecca Myers there, popping up, but there is Valérie Grandmaison. Huge world record, Paralympic champion from Canada. Young for the USA goes in 6. Gomez Botelli completes the lineup in 7 for Spain, so just 7 competitors in this final.
Or maybe she's tweeting us, that Russian coach there. We haven't given you the Twitter address. We'll have to do that soon. You can send us some messages. Maybe do that slightly later after this particular race. We've got 5 finals, and then we have a series of medal presentations following those finals for the first few events. But Valérie Grandmaison, one of the poster girls here in Montreal, the local swimmer, trying to add the world title to the Paralympic title that she won in London. Women's SM13 200 metres individual medley is underway. Very good start there from the Paralympic champion, Valérie Grandmaison. Also a good start from Tegan van Roosmalen from Australia. Not much to choose between the top 4 as they approach the end of the butterfly leg. Grandmaison maybe just with the edge as they come into the red markers the last 5 metres.
Yes, Grandmaison quick off the blocks, nice through the air and nice into a stroke, but seemed to go to sleep in the first 15 metres of her swimming, but got into a stroke and in a position to challenge for gold. I'm sure she's feeling mentally relaxed. The race really does come through on the third 50. The very technical breaststroke is a crucial leg in this 4-length swim. Valérie Grandmaison in lane number 4, a full body length down on lane number 5, Myers. Rebecca Ann Myers from the USA, turning in 1:10.68. 1 3/4 seconds clear of Valerie Grand-Maison, but she does like a breaststroke, but looking a bit low in the water, I must say. Not pitching the hands up, she's pushing the hands forwards. But here, that's a better shot. But some technical breaststroke work. The white hat, Valerie Grand-Maison, that world record 2:27.64. We'll watch the clock and wonder whether the split is quick enough.
Just about a second down on world record pace for Rebecca Ann Myers. Let's come really back into contention here. The US team going crazy, the Canadians also going crazy in the crowd here. It's these two swimmers going head to head. They're looking at each other as they come down the lane here into the last few meters. What a battle between these two. Grand-Maison, the local swimmer, the Canadian. Can she get the first Canadian gold of these championships? Myers not finished yet. Myers coming through, and she's going to nick it. Rebecca Ann Myers has done it by 8/100ths of a second. What a finish from the USA swimmer. 2:30.04. She has taken the gold from the local girl, Valerie Grand-Maison. She will take the silver. Tegan van Roosmalen will take the bronze for Australia. But what finish from the American swimmer, Grand-Maison. Well, I thought she had it there, 5 or 10 meters out, but what a finish. Rebecca Ann Myers just snuck in there in the final stroke.
Well, Myers just looked so very low in the water. I don't know how she came through in the last 15 metres down the breaststroke length and just found the speed and the energy and the speed endurance really on the freestyle to just go up the gears and increase the stroke rate. And, well, that was great racing. This is the breakout into the stroke. You can't quite see centre of the pool there. Valerie Grand-Maison staying underwater a lot longer. It's difficult to maintain speed when you're underwater for a length of time. Your lungs are bursting. You want to get up for that breath, but you know you're faster underwater. And here's the finish. Myers closest to us, head down. Oh, and she didn't really need to take that extra stroke on her right arm. She was there. But she,
the last 5 meters,
held on.
Grand-Maison was ahead there. Coming into the last 5, Myers just picked up the stroke rate and just managed to get in by 8/100ths of a second. That's the official result. Rebecca Ann Myers is the world champion, 2:30.04. Valerie Grand-Maison takes the silver for Canada, and Tegan van Roosmalen the bronze for Australia. Oh. A few more races like that wouldn't go amiss. Absolutely superb. Sarah Gascon, Jose Maria Alcaraz giving the crowd a wave there. Spanish team. David Levesque, they'll be on later on tonight. So we move on to the next final, the men's 100 backstroke S8. The two Russians were the fastest qualifiers from the heats, Lysenkov and Tarasov. In fact, new world record was set this morning by Lysenkov. And there's Ramate Aguirre in lane number 1, and the Danish swimmer Mortensen in lane number 2. Can Ollie Heinz, the Paralympic bronze medalist, can he challenge for the medals? Set a national record today in the heats, but it wasn't good enough to beat this man, Lysenkov. Fantastic world record in the heats, 104.12. And that was a clear second ahead of his countrymate Denis Tarasov. Pozinski, well, he had a good swim this morning, 107.24. He fancies chances to be in a chance for the medal there, maybe fighting with Ollie Hind for the bronze medal. And the second Ukrainian, Renko, in lane number 7. Completing the lineup, Pipo Calamaggio from Argentina. From Argentina in lane number 8. What a swim this morning, Lysenkov.
Well, I do wonder whether Tarasov may lay down the gauntlet, and two rivals but teammates from the Russian Federation head-to-head, centre of the pool. Just 1.07 seconds separating them this morning. Tarasov will have seen the world record. Lysenkov, though, so good. Underwater, and they're both still underwater. Coming up in the lead, Tarasov. Lysenkov good, but not as good as Tarasov. Tarasov in the lead, also going very well. Closer to us, lane number 2. Mortensen, Denmark, it looks like, having the swim of his life. But there is the leader, Tarasov. Lane number 4, Lysenkov, beg your pardon, Lysenkov, 0.91 clear of Tarasov. The two Russian competitors starting to really dominate now.
Look at that gap there that Lysenkov has got. He's gone out half a second faster than he did this morning to break that world record. It looks like it's going to be a gold medal to Russia. Konstantin Lysenkov is going to take the gold. Clearly, it's going to be a new world record. He has smashed the record that he set this morning, 103.32. Another 0.8 of a second off that mark. Lysenkov is supreme. He is the world champion. He's the gold medalist. The silver medalist goes to his countrymate Tarasov, and the bronze medal to Great Britain's Ollie Hind, with another new national record for Oliver Hind.
Well, Tarasov very pleased with that performance, 64.90. Here's the start, super slow motion, but you can see centre of the pool there in between the yellow lane ropes how the two Russian swimmers are down underwater and coming up into the lead. You could see there Lysenkov was last into his stroke but did surface first. It was close. There's his turn, nails it perfectly, knows how many strokes it is down the whole length, not just from the flags. The flags above him indicate 5 metres away from the turn and the finish. There's the final reach, bang, for a huge world record, 103.32. 3/4 of a second he found from this morning. Lovely head position, almost like a backwards dive into the finish there. Upwards vision through the rooftops. Holding that head position supports the body line. Punch in the air with delight, and there's the official results. Good bronze medal for Oliver Hind of Great Britain, 65.10. The official 1:8.
Some of the JV fans there. Susie Rogers' mum there. She'll be on later on with Chloe Davis. Some of her family there too. So we have one more final, I think, for the medal presentation. I think I'm right in saying. Oh, in fact, we might be in the medal presentations now. My apologies. Medal presentations for the first 4 events. There's still a number of finals to come. 24 finals, I think, in all this evening. We just had the first 5. Take us right through to almost 9 o'clock local time. We're sitting at just 25 minutes to 6. It's been a good start. We had a couple of good events there, a couple of good record swims to start the championships off. Let's hope that continues throughout the whole length of these championships.
The next event up will be at 17:52. There's a time set against every single final, which is very important. All the competitors will be warming up as close as they can to their race event and having the final checks in the ready room and staying, or at least trying to stay, mentally calm and focused before the World Championship final. And that next event will in fact be the men's 400 freestyle S7.
We mentioned the Twitter feeds before we move on to this medal presentation. At IPC Swimming, if you want to send Nick and I a message, I'll give you a mention. If you want to contact us through Facebook, facebook.com/IPC Swimming, so get the messages in, and hopefully we'll be able to respond to you as we move on to the first medal presentation of these championships. And as you can see, it's the men's 400 metres freestyle for the S6 class. Philip Craven, Sir Philip Craven I should say, the president of IPC, will make these first medal presentations. And the Paralympic champion will become the world champion. First medal will go to Japan. It's a bronze medal for Suki Oyama. I'll be very pleased to get on the medal podium. His first major international medal in this 400 freestyle. Takes the mascot of the games. Not sure what the mascot is, Nick. Do we know that? It's a beaver anyway.
I've been told to collect a couple for my children, so they do like the cuddly toys from these championship events.
We should do a research, really, shouldn't we? Should find out the name of the mascot. If anyone can tweet us the name of the mascot, well, at IPC Swimming.
They live forever, of course, as well. Flowers don't, so mascots are good.
A great swim in the second position there for Crispin. And a silver medal for Colombia. Wow, Colombians hitting the medal table early.
Gold medalist and world champion.
Couldn't quite make it to the top spot. The top spot belongs to the Paralympic champion. He's now the world champion. It's Darren McDonald from Ireland. And the Irish team, I know, will be absolutely delighted with that. There's Ellen Keane and Bethany Firth, also a Paralympic champion herself. The two Irish swimmers in the middle there. But Darren McDonald has taken the first gold medal of these championships. Ireland top of the medal table.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez maintenant vous lever.
That may have gone even a little bit faster had he shaved his face. Swimmers tend to shave down all the body hair, their arms and the legs and the chest and the back to slick through these waters. But maybe that's a mark of the confidence of the man as he now listens to the national anthem of Ireland.
Done, Darren McDonald. I think I might cut that a little bit short there. That now national anthem. I was a bit surprised by that one. He won't mind though.
He'll be enjoying the attention. The photographs, of course, to appear on the newspapers back at home, and will no doubt end up in the scrapbook and kept for a lifetime.
And that's a great medal for Colombia. I remember their Paralympic medal that they won in Beijing. With, Fuentes, who was also at these championships, a breaststroker. And I was in the pool in Beijing on that day, and the Colombians were going absolutely crazy when he won that medal. And they've come through and produced another medalist at a major global championships. Kim, the IPC protocol lady, keeping the flag bearers in check. And the Great Britain team pleased to see that it's their superstar at the top of the medal podium.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici maintenant la cérémonie de remise des médailles du 400 mètres libre chez les dames catégorie S6.
when you went into the London Olympic Park, there was a building. How many stories high was it, Nick? About 20 stories high or something? With a big poster of Ellie Simmons on it, so you could not miss it.
Bronze medalist.
Nothing like a bit of pressure. And of course,
Susana
when she touched that wall, it was tears of delight. But this is the World Championship.
Médaillée de bronze représentant le Brésil, Susana Ribeiro.
Olympic Games were 10 months ago. The sport moves on. New swimmers come on the scene. Older swimmers keep their position. Susana
Silver
Ribeiro
medalist, representing Mexico.
taking a splendid bronze medal in that event.
Médaillé d'argent représentant le Mexique, Vianney Trejo Delgadillo.
Silver medal going to Mexico. Vianney Trejo Delgadillo.
There's the Mexican tenor. He's been like that all day. And the ladies on the medal podium appreciated that.
Gold medalist.
Three very pleased medalists there. Ribeiro, Trejo Delgadillo, and of course the smiling face of Ellie Simmons.
Pardon for the error. Gold medalist.
Always smiling and deservedly so. But there is a difference here. The smile is there, but the relief of the pressure of taking the Paralympic gold last year was so immense. After the smile just came floods and floods of tears. But this young lady really has matured so much since the Paralympic Games. She was ready to take the title again. She defended it well, but this event, as I said when she was racing it, really is now her event. Some say it belongs to her. The world champion once again, and now the national anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Championship medalists.
Would have seen that finish
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était vos médaillés des championnats du
on the
monde.
big screen here. And there are the three victors, gold, silver and bronze. Once again having their unique photograph taken. They will have sat in a number of press conference interviews, and they would have gone through what we call the mix zone, with microphones placed under your nose. And a bullet fire of questions asked about your performance before they go off and swim down, stretch off, get changed and get ready for the presentations as they now leave the poolside. We move on.
SM13 category.
Men's 200 metres individual medley, SM13 victory ceremony.
200 mètres 4 nages individuels, catégorie SM13. Please welcome the medalists. Veuillez accueillir les médaillés. Bronze medalist representing Russian Federation, Roman Dubovoy. Médaillé de bronze représentant la Russie, Roman Dubovoy.
Silver
double boy
medalist
of the Russian
representing
Federation
Ukraine,
takes bronze, and a good performance for him.
Denisenko.
Médaillé d'argent représentant l'Ukraine, Yaroslav Denisenko.
No men in that final could stop the power of a new world record.
Gold medalist representing Belarus, Ayar Boki.
Sinkov took a great silver, but it was behind this man.
Chez les messieurs SM13 dans une nouvelle marque mondiale de 2:03.79, représentant le Bélarus, Ayar Boki.
The world record holder diving in, smashing his own world record.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the
Boki of Belarus,
Belarus,
the world champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez maintenant vous lever si possible pour l'interprétation de l'hymne national de la Bélarus.
Really deep into his own
Ladies and
thoughts
gentlemen,
there.
the World Championship medalist.
Perhaps reflecting back on that great swim. Looks perhaps a little bit relieved. It is a shame that the local organising committee seem to be cutting national anthems short here. It's a rare occasion to listen to your full national anthem, but it is a long evening, as you said, Paul, some 4 hours. Everything's timelined to the minute, and we really have to try and stick to time. And as a result, we're perhaps not hearing the full national anthem, which is a shame, but nonetheless a proud moment for all the competitors on the podium.
Yeah, they've definitely done pretty well in terms of time.
The victory ceremony.
Everything is running pretty much according to schedule at the moment.
13 category.
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, la
cérémonie
cérémonie de remise des médailles 200 mètres 4 nages individuels chez les dames catégorie SM13.
Absolutely fantastic
Please
race,
welcome
best race of the night so far.
Veuillez s'il vous plaît accueillir le médaillé.
The home crowd are expecting to see, well, maybe not expecting, but hoping to see home gold medalist Valerie Grandmaison. But it wasn't to be for the home swim.
Bronze medalist representing Australia, Tegan Van Roosmalen.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Australie, Tegan Van Roosmalen.
They'll take the bronze medal if she can get on the podium. Well, sometimes these visually impaired swimmers are having a laugh. The visually impaired swimmers have really got to get directions from the people around them to try and get their bearings. Tegan tried to stand up on one of the boards there, having a good laugh about it.
Silver medalist representing Canada.
She's got a bronze medal. Take back home to us.
Médaillé d'argent représentant le Canada, Valérie Grandmaison.
For Valerie Grandmaison, but got to think that she was hoping for gold here. World record holder, Paralympic champion, just missed out. Oh, the closest of margins there for Valerie. Silver medal and the mascot.
Gold medalist
representing
the United States of America, Rebecca Ann Mayers.
Médaillé d'or et championne du monde représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique, Rebecca Ann Mayers.
Delighted with that one. She would have thought she would have had a chance against Valerie Grandmaison, I'm sure. Someone's going with a lot of confidence there. And she must have confidence in her own ability after a great swim in London. She really came through from nowhere to claim the silver medal. Positions have been reversed now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Rebecca
rise
Ann Myers on top of the medal podium.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez
Next
maintenant
to Valerie
relever,
Grandmaison and
si
Tegan
possible, pour
Van
l'interprétation de l'hymne
Roosmalen.
national des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Here's the medalists, and here's the national anthem of the USA. Fading out there of the anthem from USA. 18-year-old Ann Myers takes the gold for the American team, the first gold of these championships. Just looking down the
Ladies and gentlemen,
medal table
please welcome to the pool deck
at the moment.
Competitors for the finals of event number 6.
The gold medals being shared about so far.
Freestyle S7
One for the Irish team, Darragh MacDonald. One for Great Britain with Ellie Simmons. One for Belarus, E.R. Boki. Rebecca Ann Myers from the USA getting that gold there. 200 medley. And of course, Konstantin Lysenkov from Russia claiming the gold medal in the men's S8 100 backstroke a short while ago. So all to play for in the swimming medal table. To move on to the next event, can anyone claim their second gold medal for their country? And if anyone's going to do it, you've got to put a bet on Joseph Craig, Paralympic champion and world record holder. S7 400 freestyle, Ronaldo Santos begins the lineup. In line number 1, Kavnitsaya from Ukraine goes in line number 2. Can they challenge for the medals? Andrei Gladkov was one that certainly challenged for the medals in London, the bronze medalist from London. He's next to the gold medalist from London, the world record holder Joseph Craig from Great Britain. Set that world record this year. Xiaoyong Pan was a silver medalist behind Joseph Craig in those London Paralympic Games. And fourth place in that final was this man, Jonathan Fox. So the top 4 from the London Games are here fighting again for the medals. Italio Pereira from Brazil goes in lane number 7. And Valerio Taras from Italy goes in lane number 8. This is the men's 400 freestyle for the S7 class. Can anyone challenge the world record holder Joseph Craig in lane number 4? Joseph Craig and Jonathan Fox getting off to a good start, the two Great Britain swimmers. Craig set that world record in June this year in Sheffield, a pool he's very familiar with. GB trials and major events in Great Britain. The GB International event's been held there for many years, the last 20 years. And Craig and Jonathan Fox are the two men at the front of the field. Craig was just 0.5 of a second ahead of Jonathan Fox and Andrei Gladkov in third position. His interviews in the lead up to these championships, Joseph Craig, been one of the IPC's featured athletes, said that the man he most feared for this 400 freestyle title was his Great Britain teammate Jonathan Fox. And that angle is slightly deceptive there because Jonathan Fox is not that far behind his teammate. Joseph Craig goes over. The gap is about 1 second. And Andrei Gladkov just hanging on there to third position and not too far behind the two GB swimmers. Let's have a check of the splits there. That is a very good split for Joseph Craig. That's the second inside world record pace for Joseph Craig. And Jonathan Fox struggling to stay on terms with the world record holder. I remember commentating on Joseph Craig's race in London, and we thought he'd gone out really fast, and we feared that he might have gone out too fast, but he didn't. He managed to hang on. Take the record in a sensational time. Joseph Craig, of course, was someone who nearly quit the sport of swimming back in 2011. He had a thyroid problem, and that really almost knocked him out. But when he managed to get that fixed, he came back and he was strong as he's ever been. Came back to take the title in London. Let's have a look. 2:17. He's gone through. We're still inside world record pace, but Joseph Craig will not like the attention. Next to him of Andrei Gladkov and Jonathan Fox, two lanes across from Joseph Craig. And the world record holder is being pushed all the way here. And the Russian Andrei Gladkov, I have to say, is looking very good. Joseph Craig and Jonathan Fox still inside world record pace. All three of them inside world record pace. And this is going to be a fantastic finish here. Look at this. Three swimmers coming in absolutely together. And Gladkov it is, who takes the lead, 2:53.50. This is a shock. No one really thought that Andrei Gladkov could challenge the two GB guys, but the Russian swimmer, I have to say, is looking very strong. And Joseph Craig having a look at the Russian. You've got to think, what is going through Joseph Craig's mind now? He can see Gladkov next to him, and Gladkov looks strong, but Joseph Craig not out of it yet. Jonathan Fox might struggle to come back now with just 100 to go. World record split previously was 3:30.32. That is inside for Andrei Gladkov and Joseph Craig. What has the Paralympic champion got left? Andrei Gladkov looking very, very good, the Russian swimmer. We were saying which swimmer was going to step up and get the second gold medal of these championships for their country. It looks like it's going to be a second gold for Russia at this stage, but Joseph Craig, the Paralympic champion, the world record holder, now has got 0.89 of a second to make up over Andrei Gladkov. Fox has dropped off the pace now, but he's clear in third position. Joseph Craig really coming back strongly, the GB swimmer. Andrei Gladkov stroking well also, who has got the stamina to hang on in this last 25 metres. Joseph Craig, the Paralympic champion, showing his strength, coming back with every stroke here. Gladkov and Joseph Craig into the finish. Joseph Craig has timed it to perfection and takes the gold. 4:39.14. The gold goes to Joseph Craig, and he was pressed all the way by Andrei Gladkov, and the margin at the end was 0.05 of a second. Gladkov in second position, but Joseph Craig pulled out absolutely everything there that he had left to come back against the Russian. Joseph Craig takes it in a new world record time by 5/100ths of a second from Gladkov. Fox in third position.
There's Joseph Craig. Done the business.
Oh, only just. My goodness, he gave the GB team a scare there, didn't he? And Gladkov looked fantastic all the way through there, just tracking the world record hold. Good start for Joseph Craig. He went out positively, and Gladkov was coming back all the time. And when we got into the last turn there, Gladkov was the man who had taken the lead. The question was asked of Joseph Craig in the closing stages there, but he was the stronger. Let's watch this finish. All in together. Ooh. Well, pick that one out, but Joseph Craig is on the end of an electronic timing decision. To the naked eye, you could not split them at all. Craig and Gladkov. Oh, good stretch for the wall there. Craig looking across there.
Did really well to hold on to his skills there and kept his breath well in control. His start, he was almost like he was hatching out of a cocoon. He was just slithering through the waters and slid into that new world record very well. So the next event up, the women's 400 metres freestyle S7. 7 competitors line up, and there they are on screen right now. And they take their positions to be introduced. Talamona from Italy goes in lane number 1. Shot right there goes in lane 2 for Germany. Palian in 3 for the Ukraine. Jordan in 4 for the USA, the fastest qualifier. Not much in it though, 5:18.55, right next door to Rogers of Great Britain, 5:18.93. Nelson, Canada, in 6. Lots of support for her here in Montreal. Levy completes the lineup in lane 7 for Israel. And the whistle sounds for the swimmers to prepare themselves now on the blocks or in the water. It's their choice. A push start or a supported start from these competitive starting blocks. So 75 centimetres clear of the waters can give you an advantage. And we're all the way. Good clean start.
Again, a variety of starts, as you said, Nick. Susie Rogers and Courtney Jordan, 2 favourites for this one, but watch out for Annie Palian, also the Ukrainian swimmer, not too far behind in terms of entry times. And it's another one of these events. We didn't have heats this morning. It's a straight final, just 7 swimmers here. And you've kind of got to look at the middle lanes here. Palian, Jordan, Rogers. Let's see if we can get the challengers. That's the 3 there. Palian, Jordan and Rogers, the top 3 as they go past the first 50. Paralympic champion and world record holder Jacqueline Freeney from Australia, not taking part at these championships. She dominated the London Paralympic Games. Freeney, 8 gold medals, including one in this event. Set a world record, a very good world record of 4:59.02. That's unlikely to be challenged by any of these ladies. But nevertheless, they will all be looking now. They'll be thinking they've got a chance of the gold medal. Coming through in the centre, silver medalist from London, Courtney Jordan. Taking the lead, Annie Palian. Not got a good a turn as the other 2, not using her legs. Annie Palian with a lower limb disability, both legs. Courtney Jordan, cerebral palsy swimmer. And Susie Rogers, an amputee, 1 leg and 1 arm. So again, a range of disabilities here. You kind of find that sometimes in the middle range of the classes. We have a number of disabilities represented. Cerebral palsy, paraplegic and amputee swimmers all going head to head here. Of course, the IPC system, it's a functional system. It's all about your ability as to which class you actually appear in, where you're classified in. So it's not about your disability. Amputees and cerebral palsy and paraplegics can all swim in the same events, as we've seen now. And it's all about the function that they have in the water. Courtney Jordan though, heading Susie Rogers. And Annie Palian now dropping back into 3rd position. Looks like it's going to be a head-to-head between Courtney Jordan and Susie Rogers as they come to halfway.
Rogers perhaps the fastest swimmer of the 2. Catches up down the length. But Jordan very, very good off the walls. It's becoming a real race now. Rogers really getting into a stride, trying to get head to head here. hasn't been in the lead yet. Needs to get on song. She's losing ground on every turn and battling back and racing back, and she does come back down the length almost with every stroke she's taking. With Jordan holding her off, and there's the turn. Rogers for the first time into the lead by 7/100ths of a second, but slips back again by perhaps a half a metre, but that red disc there indicates 15 metres down the pool, and she accelerated in that turn section to get back into the lead, and she's just about a half a stroke ahead at the moment. The clock's ticking away, 3:40, still in the lead, but is there much in it? I think it's perhaps even less than 7/100ths of a second now. Can't be separated. Jordan, Rogers. Jordan's over first. Third of a second in front, and again came out the turn well.
Yeah, Rogers breathing to that side now. She'll be able to see Courtney Jordan. Courtney Jordan having a look back across. These two had an epic battle in the Paralympic final, and it was for silver and bronze on that occasion behind Jacqueline Freeney of Australia. This time it's the World Championships. This time it's a battle for gold and silver between Courtney Jordan and Susie Rogers. Jordan of the USA, Susie Rogers of Great Britain. Has Jordan broken the Great British swimmer here with just 50 metres to go? The margin is now up to about a second and a half, and I'm not sure if Susie Rogers is going to be able to pull it back now, but again, that angle a little bit deceptive as they come level with the camera now. It is a clear lead for Jordan, but Susie Rogers trying to fight back, showing real grit, the GB swimmers here, but it's not going to be enough. A great swim here from Courtney Jordan. She has timed that excellently. Courtney Jordan coming in. She gets away from Susie Rogers in the closing stages. It's gold to the USA. Courtney Jordan takes it. Susie Rogers in second, a second and a half behind Courtney Jordan. She squints at the scoreboard. She's 50 metres away at the other end of the pool. She realised that she's in first. Palyan from the Ukraine in third position, and the Canadian Brianna Nelson now finishing for the fourth position in 5:44. Real fight though between the two at the front, Courtney Jordan and Susie Rogers, as we've seen in previous major events. Those two always have great battles over this distance, but this time Courtney Jordan coming out on top.
So there's the official result. The winner, the gold medalist, Courtney Jordan of the USA. And I just felt that Susanna Rogers was racing all the time to get back after the turn. And when it was time for Jordan to race the race, with great turns all the way through, she just had that extra strength to pull away when she needed to, and it was that section right there going into the last turn, probably 10-15 metres away from the wall and 10-15 metres out of the wall, where she really accelerated and made that full breakaway, that full body length, and that's what gave her the gold medal, and she is the world champion. Courtney Jordan of the USA taking gold right there. And there's the official results. Jordan, Rogers, Palyan, the gold, silver and bronze medalists.
The men's 100 freestyle in the S12 class. Next onto the blocks. S12 class for swimmers with a visual impairment. And we saw Stefan Smagin from Russia in lane 1, Omar Font from Spain in 2, Danilo Chufarov in 3 from Ukraine. Next to his teammate, the world record holder Maxim Varaksa of Ukraine. Next to him, world champion Alexander Nevlin-Svetov from Russia, Tucker Dupre from USA in 6, Fabrizio Sotil from Italy in 7, and Daniel Simon from Germany in line 8.
Baraksa 50.91, world record holder. Set that way back 24th of October 2009. Look at him go tonight. The black hat in the yellow lane, nearest to us. A very, very powerful man he is. A giant of a man when you walk past him. Almost a half a second in the lead at the turn. And he's looking very good. A full body length clear now of the rest of the field. Long, powerful stroke here, bringing to his right-hand side. They're getting into the final closing stages. Let's keep around the clock. The gold medal's going to go to him, but what time's he going to produce?
Maxim Baraksa coming in, pressurised by Nevlin-Svetov, but Baraksa is going to have enough. 51.80. Baraksa gets it. He's nearly a second outside his own world record time, but he is the world champion. Baraksa takes it. And Nevlin-Svetov in second position. The bronze will also go to Ukraine. Danilo Chufarov, 53.08 is the bronze medalist. But Baraksa, the world record holder, and he's been billed as the fastest Paralympic swimmer ever. He holds the fastest 50-metre split, which is generally the benchmark that's used. The fastest 50-metre world record holder in all the classes is held by Maxim Baraksa. And he just about had the edge on Nevlin-Svetov, his great rival from the Russian Federation, who nearly pulled back in the closing stages. Maxim Baraksa had enough. And just stretching for the wall there. Not too bad for a visually impaired swimmer. Sometimes you see the visually impaired swimmers not really hitting the wall correctly. It was good enough for Maxim Baraksa. He takes the gold, Nevlin-Svetov the silver, and Danilo Chufarov the bronze.
Not convinced Baraksa was overly delighted with that performance. He just wanted to get out of his lane. As soon as he was allowed to do so, he was the first to move across to the steps at the side, and I can see him in the corner of my eye right now. He's exhausted, he's the power of a man, and the lactic acid will be burning through his muscles. Now elephants and pianos falling across his shoulders, but you're right, he hung on. So let's move on. Now the women's 100 metres freestyle S12. 8 finalists here. Hannah Russell lines up. Line 1 though. Delgado Nadal for Spain. Mendak goes in 2 for Poland. Snicker of Germany goes in lane number 3. 105.03 to qualify. There's Hannah Russell, 101.48. Stukalova in 5 for the Russian Federation. Deborah Font goes in 6 for Spain. Stavrovska goes in 7 for the Ukraine. And to complete the lineup in lane number 8, Argentina, Annabelle Moro, 108.64 for her this morning to qualify. So really Hannah Russell out on her own, some 3.5 seconds clear of a world-class field. All eyes on her in lane 4.
Russell, this is qualifier, but I expect her to be pressed by Darya Stukalova, Russian swimmer in the white cap there, up there in lane 5. Russell and Stukalova both came onto the international scene at the European Championships 2 years ago. Both progressed to win Paralympic medals last year in London, and Stukalova, as I thought, is going very much faster than she did in the heats this morning. She's half a second of Hannah Russell, with Naomi Schnittger in 3rd position, but Stukalova looking very, very good, very strong. Hannah Russell is going to work it out to come back. She's in second position, and Schnittger in third, but Stukalova coming into the last 15, into the lead for the Russian Federation.
Stukalova, absolutely wonderful performance, 5 metres away from the wall, and her strokes just so fluid, bang into the finish, 59.71. Well, 58.41 was the world record. She really has pulled something out of the bag, finding some 5 seconds improvement there. Must have been very, very comfortable this morning to qualify. Swimming inside a minute, the magic minute barrier. Darya Stukalova of the Russian Federation, the world champion. Some great dive starts there. A couple flying high perhaps, but the rest really darting into the water very quickly, trying to get off the blocks in around about 0.6, 0.7 of a second, and trying to clear lots of fresh air to break into the water a long way down the pool. Having a tight tuck, a tight tumble turn there. Stukalova came up a little bit short, perhaps around about 4 metres, only just. Hannah Russell just couldn't match perhaps the strength of Stukalova. Shorter in her stroke, a smaller competitor, doesn't quite have the same leverage. Head down here, or did she take a breath there? The head was so low, which is a good thing. I'm not sure whether she took a quick breath to the right hand side, but didn't interfere with her body line, didn't reduce the speed into the finish for a tremendous gold medal.
Sometimes you see the faces of the visually impaired swimmers not looking too happy. We saw Varaksa Stukalova there, but the scoreboard is 50 metres away from these guys, and the ones with the visual impairment, they definitely won't be able to see the scoreboard from that distance. There is a confirmed result of the women's 100 freestyle S12. Darya Stukalova from Russia takes the gold, 59.71. Russell the silver for Great Britain. Schnittger the bronze for Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter backstroke S8 category.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici la cérémonie de remise des médailles pour l'épreuve du 100 mètres gaucher des messieurs.
To the next victory ceremony, the men's 100 meters.
The medals and gifts will be presented by
3 medal ceremonies in
Greg
this batch.
Spence, IPC Communication and Media Director, as well as Glenn Tasker, Vice Chairperson
having a good
for
night,
IPC Swimming Sports Technical
Absolutely.
Committee.
Les médailles et les cadeaux sont remis par
Good,
Craig
mature,
Spence et
very senior team
également
here, the Russian Federation.
Glenn Tasker.
And now, let's welcome the
Joining the
medalists.
2 Russians on
Mesdames et
the
messieurs,
medal
veuillez
podium.
accueillir vos médaillés.
He's a young man from
Bronze
Great Britain
medalist,
and came to prominence.
representing
Another one
Great
who
Britain,
came through at those European
Oliver Hine.
Championships 2 years ago.
Médaillé de
Went on
bronze,
to Paralympic
représentant
gold
la
in
Grande-Bretagne,
London last
Oliver
year in
Hine.
the 200 medley. It's a repeat of the result from London as Ollie Hine takes bronze in this, the 100 metres backstroke S8.
Silver medalist representing the Russian Federation,
national record.
Denis Tarazov.
So a young man bang on
Médaillé
form.
d'argent représentant la
As are
Russie,
these
Denis Tarasov.
Great friends and rivals from the Russian Federation. Denis Tarasov taking the silver medal. And his close friend
Gold medalist representing the
Konstantin
Russian Federation, Konstantin
was
Lysenko.
best man on the day.
Médaillé d'or et champion du
That
monde au 100
sensational
mètres
swim
gaucher des messieurs,
set a new world
un
record.
nouveau record du monde
Paralympic champion
représentant
follows
la
that up
Russie,
to become the world
Konstantin
champion here
Lysenko.
in 2013.
Craig Spence there presenting out the medals, Director of Media and Communications. Had 10 World Championships this year. Come fresh off the World Athletic Championships into the Swimming World Championships. It's a sterling job for the International Paralympic Committee. And now the national anthem of the Russian Federation.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde IPC 2013.
Great sportsmanship and companionship there. Competitors respectful of each other.
It's interesting, the two Russian guys, Lysenkov and Tarasov, both have the same condition. It affects them, they're both from the same area in Russia. And also from the same condition, Ollie Hind also has the same condition as his brother Sam Hind, who we'll see later on at these championships. That's the Russian team. Very successful so far, a very embarrassed Russian team. As we move on to the next race, and what a race this was. We've seen some cracking races, but this one really took the biscuit. We have Joseph Craig on top of the medal podium next to his countrymate Jonathan Fox. The man who pushed Joseph Craig all the way, Andrei Gladkov of the Russian Federation. Jonathan Fox from Great Britain, world record holder last year for a short period of time. Glenn Tasker presenting the medals. Craig Spence actually presenting the mascots. Now that's different from presenting the medals, isn't it?
Yeah, he's gone down to cuddly toys. I'm sure he's very proud though to present medals or cuddly toys at this championship event. He worked so hard all year long to make it happen.
And it's Gladkov, what a race he had. Fantastic, 4:39.19. Just 5/100 short of the time posted by this man, the world record holder, now becomes the world champion. A new world record time, and he needed to do that world record time to beat Andrei Gladkov. Joseph Craig from Great Britain is the gold medalist in the men's 400 freestyle for the S7 class.
Quite incredible where you have to race to a world record just to take a gold medal. That's the standard. You might think there would be a dip in performance after the Paralympic Games or a year on, but records still tumble. So now the national anthem of Great Britain.
Fox, applauded by GB team, supporters of Chloe Davis, Chloe's family and friends. Jonathan Fox was there in the early stages, but couldn't stick with the top two, Joseph Craig and Andrei Gladkov. Joseph Craig was quoted in the lead up to these championships. He thought Jonathan Fox would be his biggest threat. But he got a shock when he turned with 50 to go, and Andrei Gladkov was right there, and in fact ahead of him. But Joseph Craig dug out the swim from somewhere in the closing stages just to take that by 5/100ths.
So now another victory ceremony, the women's 400 metres Freestyle S7. We'll take to the podium in just a moment. There are the national flags of the medalists.
Guys, we're ready. We can go.
The wind getting up a little bit there in the background. Good job.
Yeah, I could hear in my headphones those guys were to move forward so they can go, so we can move on to another medal ceremony. The swimmers are ready, flags are ready, the medals are ready.
Mesdames et messieurs, venez accueillir les médaillés. Je vous
There's two Newcastle United shirts there. It's like supporters of Joseph Craig. And when he won his gold in London last year, they named the Tyne Bridge after him for a day in Newcastle.
You're a world of information. I don't live too far from Newcastle, Paul, and I didn't know that.
So it might be in the tunnel. It was one of the two.
There is a new tunnel, so it could well have been, yeah.
Only for a day, though. An honour, nevertheless. Annie Palian from Ukraine. And a player in this race in the early stages. I thought Palian may challenge for the gold medal. But in the end, it was a fight between these two. Susie Rogers, there's her mum. Susie Rogers, speaking to her the other day, she said, "Don't embarrass me by telling everyone it was her 30th birthday a couple of days ago, so I won't say anything." Couldn't catch the champion though, Courtney Jordan. Experienced US swimmer. She was good enough to take the gold medal. Real fight against Susie Rogers. Courtney Jordan again on the medal podium at a major championships, this time right on the top of the medal podium, which she hasn't been in this event before. The national anthem of the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Courtney Jordan, Susie Rogers and Annie Palian leaving the medal podium. Let's just check what the timing we've got. What's that? It's nearly 6:30, 18:29 here in Montreal. And that is the exact time we're due for the next event, which is the men's 50 metres backstroke for the S1 class. So the organisers doing a good job keeping us on schedule. The Spanish and the Portuguese teams there, ready to go later this evening. And that's Andrew Mullen. With the Andrew Mullen t-shirts, Andrew Mullen's family there. There's his mum and dad and his sister and brother, along with the GB fans. There's Ellie Simmons' mum there. Andrew Mullen's dad with a big Mullen t-shirt. We'll see him very close very soon, actually, due off in around about 15 minutes time. The Mullen fan club. Can young Andrew Mullen get on the medal podium? He's milking it a bit now, his brother, isn't he? Well, there's Norwegian supporters there. I'm not sure what that is there on the Norwegian team. And there's the Russians. Well, let's have a look. And some people like getting their pictures on the big screen. They're milking it for all it's worth. Other ones are really embarrassed there. Like us, Nick, we try to keep behind the camera, don't we?
And why not?
Well, if we were in front of the camera, you'd see why not, probably.
It's great to shout about this great racing all night long, every night. Great racing there's been already for gold medals and world records. We've got a full lineup for this next event. 8 competitors in the men's 50 metres backstroke S1. We'll be with you just shortly. Bolko is here for the Ukraine, the Paralympic champion, the world record holder. He goes in 4. And here are the competitors now on pool deck. fresh out of the ready room, where their accreditation would have been checked. No accreditation, no swim. All these suits have to be legal as well. All suits and equipment is checked before they enter the pool deck. Sosis goes in lane number 1 for Greece, next to his teammate Katsaros in lane number 2.
In lane number 6, representing Ukraine, Anton Cole. In lane number 7, representing Colombia.
goes in 3 for Ukraine, also next to his teammate.
In lane number 8, representing Israel,
the world record holder. There he is. 104.29 was actually the time that he set in winning the Paralympic Games gold medal last year. And that was last year, so in a moment we'll see exactly what sort of form he's in. Tampaxis in lane number 5 for Greece, so national team has 3 competitors. Lane number 6 there on screen is Cole for the Ukraine. Lane number 7, Rojas Osorno from Colombia. Here's the whistle, and they can take to the waters.
I think you'll probably see some of the swimmers coming in from the side. Nick, you see them coming in there. Just moving over to the centre lanes there, you see at the top of your screen. Christos Tampaxis from Greece, just making his way over. A lot of the swimmers in these lower. There's Misvalov, completes the lineup for the Israeli team in lane number 8. A lot of the swimmers in this severe disability class. You see a whole range of starts and ways of entering the water. It's strange how you see some different techniques being employed. Look at that, you're allowed, the coaches are allowed to hold the feet of the swimmers in the lower numerical classes, but they're not allowed to give propulsion, so they can hold the feet in place on the wall, but they're not allowed to push the swimmer out. It's one of these innovations that someone thought of, and has been employed by nearly all of the field here. They feel that's the best opportunity they can get to have a good start. All the swimmers here in this 50 metres backstroke, 3 Greeks, 3 Ukrainians, Colombian and an Israeli. That is the lineup. But I don't think anyone is going to be able to challenge the world record holder, Hennady Boyko from Ukraine. He is leading far and away. Won that gold in London. Tampaxis took the silver and Golovko took the bronze. Tampaxis was the world record holder before Boyko came onto the scene just last year, so he will be trying to maintain his proud record at World Championships and Paralympic Games. But Hennady Boyko looks like he is going to be unbeatable in this S1 class. Remember, S1, the most severe disability here at these championships.
Really important that these competitors keep a very fixed head position and open chin position to support the upper body. We saw how relaxed they were at the start of the swim, floating on the water surface, and that's what this man is doing, but with great speed and crashing into the wall in 1:13.05. Not anywhere near his world record, but the gold goes to Boyko. Silver, Cole, Anton Cole from Ukraine takes the silver. Bronze to Tampaxis of Greece. A good swim for him. All these competitors using a double arm backstroke, and obviously keeping that upper body position helps support the hips and the lower limbs. Got to keep those hips and lower limbs as high as possible to the water surface. Any dropping of those hips and legs, of course, will slow you down from the resistance of the water. And here we have a perfect shot of how the head should be fixed. Everybody has the ability to float. You don't need to move your arms and legs to stay on top of the water. And these competitors demonstrate superb ability down that length. But the gold, no question. Boyko there for the Ukraine. A shiny silver medal for him. I'm sure he won't be too bothered about the time, but there's the start. very quick into a high stroke rate.
Using what he's got to add propulsion there, and he's really using it to good effect here as he's coming away around about 5 metre gap there at the end. And well, not the best to finish. That maybe cost him fractions of a second, but he was very clear in front of the rest of the field. In fact, in front of his teammate Anton Cole, who had a big personal best time to come through for the silver medal. Actually, it looked a bit better than I thought originally. Wasn't too bad at all, finished by Hennady Boyko, and he takes the gold medal in a time of 1:13.05, some way outside his time that he posted in London to claim the world record. Silver medal, good swim there for Anton Cole, coming through 1:22.03, an excellent improvement on his personal best time. In fact, some 10 seconds on his personal time to come through for the world silver medal. And Christos Stampaxis, previous world champion, has to be satisfied with the bronze, 1:26.59. Not a great time for Christos Stampaxis, but it is good enough to get him on the medal podium. Of course, we're starting at the opposite end of the pool now, the 50 metre races, starting at the presentation end next to the scoreboard. Oh, in fact, there has been a disqualification there, but it doesn't affect the medal positions. They are still Boyko, Cole and Stampaxis. That's the gold, silver and bronze.
So moving on to the men's 50 metres Freestyle S4. 1 length mad dash of the pool. Schumacher. And there's a popular name from the Netherlands. He goes in lane number 1 next to Petracek. And Petracek taking on the big name of David Smetany of France. David Smetany done some great inspirational videos to promote Paralympic sport, a great ambassador he is. Mustafiev goes in lane number 4 next to Sanchez Martinez in 5. Martinez from Mexico. Darko Duric in lane 6. 41.59 to qualify. Lizakin goes in 7. 42.48 for the Russian competitor. Cordero da Silva for Brazil out in lane number 8. 45.97 to qualify. So 2 men swam sub 40 seconds this morning. There's the world record, 37.54. Mustafiev 37.85 to qualify, so this will be an exciting race. Watch that clock, watch for that record.
I have to say, he looked very good, Mustafiev, this morning in the heats. Really has come on excellently in the last couple of years. Took the gold medal last year, of course, but probably a bit of a surprise taking that gold from David Smetany, who probably started as favourite alongside the great Spanish competitor Richard Uribe, not around at these championships. Watch out for the young man in lane number 5 though, Gustavo Sanchez Martinez, because he is one that could cause an upset. He won the gold for Mexico in the 100 freestyle and the 200 freestyle. Now seeing what he can do over the shorter sprint distance. Mustafiev, well, he's not his favourite, and he did look very good today in the heat, but I think Sanchez Martinez may have something else in the locker. There's a couple of seconds down, so whether it's enough to challenge the Ukrainian in lane 4 remains to be seen. I would say Mustafiev and Sanchez Martinez may well fight out for the gold and silver, but you can never write out David Smetany.
Absolutely, it'll be interesting to see the techniques these competitors choose. You can be in the prone or supine position, so your front or your back. It is 1 length freestyle, so they are allowed to do any of the 4 competitive strokes, and really is down to what is the fastest stroke for you as an individual. Of course, typically front crawl is the fastest stroke. The fastest way to move through water is in fact underwater. But these swimmers will be up and racing pretty quickly once they leave the wall or leave the blocks. Again, it's the swimmer's choice to either start in or out of the water. You can see lane 6 and lane 5. Sanchez, lane 5 for Mexico, secure on his block. Also in lane 6, Durick.
Kind of multiple amputees there in 5 and 6, Sanchez, Martinez and Durick. And the two paraplegics, Smetany and Mustayev, tetraplegics even, in lanes 3 and 4, starting from the water. Also from the dive, Arnos Petracek, the butterfly champion, using it underwater butterfly to good effect here, but he's not going to be able to hold off the freestylers here. Great start there from Mustafayev. That's what he did this morning. Just faded slightly to not quite claim the world record. I think it could be on tonight, Nick.
Yes, absolutely. I'm surprised to see Petracek out in lane number 2. He's doing the butterfly dolphin undulating kicking action to great effect. But look at this performance here from lane number 4. It's going to be a very fast time indeed. 37.96. Oh my goodness. Mustafayev from the Ukraine, only just outside the world record. 37.54. Canada from Japan, the world record holder. That record stood for 9 years. Mustafayev inside 38 seconds. So tight. Petracek there was away very well, and we can see him underwater very close to us here. Lane number 2, second swimmer up, and he's into the lead. Did swim and move very well underwater, in the lead at 15 metres, but just around about 21 metres, Mustafayev took to the lead, never to be caught again. That's a 25-metre marker, halfway down the course, 5 metres from the finish, really revving up the stroke rate. And what a great performance, almost 3 metres clear of his nearest rival in lane 5, Sanchez. Sanchez Martinez, Mexico, did swim well. There's the finish.
Keeping that long, wasn't he? Real long, but you can see the effect on his hands of the tetraplegia there, not quite extending those fingers. Mustafayev takes the gold. Sanchez Martinez, the silver. Smetany gets in for the bronze. David Smetany on the podium again. He'll be pleased with that. And Schoenmaker just missing out in 4th position there in the outside lane. Petracek, there you see him standing up there. Watch out for him and the butterfly later in the week.
So now the women's 50 minutes freestyle S4 start list is up. 8 competitors will fight for gold. Angelelli representing the USA in 1. Ekstrom goes in 2 for Sweden.
So it looks like Teunissen there from the Netherlands. That's Nelly Miranda now in lane 4. We set the world record in the heats, 41.72. Ellie Miranda. That is going to be the target for the rest of this field, and I don't know if anyone's capable of doing that.
Well, Trimmy's in 5 and some 5 seconds down.
It's Teunissen again in the orange costume of the Netherlands. We're jumping a little bit about the lanes here. Trimmy in 5. That's Kolmorogova in 6. Dina Garcia goes in lane 7. She's employing that little band there. Swimmers in certain classes, because of their disabilities, they're allowed to use aids such as the bands there that you'll see at the start. Later on you might see some of the amputees put a towel on top of the blocks to stop abrasion of their stumps, the leg amputees. These all have to be cleared by the officials prior to use, and only certain classes are allowed to use certain aids there. But what a start. Ellie Miranda going as she did this morning. 41.72 was the time. The world record did belong to Lisette Teunissen of the Netherlands. I don't think she's got any answer to the Mexican. Nelly Miranda is on her way home.
Nelly Miranda in lane 4. Well, there's no question she's going to take a gold medal. 41.72 was her entry time. 41.72 is her world record. She swam that this morning in the heats. Entered this final as the fastest, as the favourite, just outside though, 42.53. Trimi taking the silver, 45.25. Bronze going to Tunison. So swimmers centre of the pool, sharing the medals. Herrera Miranda chasing world records this morning and just chasing gold tonight. Got that world record in the bag. Good day's work at the office, no doubt, she's thinking. And now it's all about racing the race to ensure a gold medal ends up around the neck on the podium for herself and her nation, Mexico. No question all the way there.
2 medals for the Mexicans in 2 races. So they'll be pleased. Let's have a look at Nelly Miranda. A little bit more of an extension there on the hands.
Long into that finish and head up and gagging for breath.
Gasping for breath there.
Wanted that over and done with, I think.
Ooh. There we go. 42.53 was the winning time for Nelly Miranda. Aurelia Trimi from Italy in second position. Good swim, 45.25. And the former world record holder until this morning, Lisette Teunissen, takes the bronze medal for the Netherlands. Chloe Davis's family there, waiting for Chloe Davis. The final event of today, I think, is the 200 freestyle for the S14 classes, the GB swimmers. And the Andrew Mullen fan club will spring into action now, because Andrew Mullen goes for Great Britain in lane 3. Full lineup, the 8 qualifiers from this morning's heat. And there's some big names in here, some big Paralympic heroes at the top of that pool. There's interesting, we mentioned the towels the last time. There's the towels being put onto lane 4. Daniel Diaz, we'll see that when they come out. Ricardo Ten, well, one of the characters, one of the old-timers in the Spanish team. We'll watch out for him in the breaststroke events. Just warming up with his 50 metres butterfly today. He's made the final. Tapasakis from Greece in second, lane 2. The Greek swimmer qualified in 41.92. Let's hear Team Mullen give you the welcome for Andrew Mullen in lane 3. Excellent swim there for Andrew Mullen, European record this morning in the heats. But the world record holder, Daniel Diaz, in lane 4, he is going to be tough to beat. If anyone can challenge him, it could be this man, Roy Perkins, in lane 5. Eroglu, the European champion, goes in lane 6 for Turkey. Good chance for a medal. Morelli from Italy in 7. And Jameri Siga from Malaysia goes in the outside lane in lane 8.
So the whistle goes. Competitors know they're just moments away from the start. The final whistle before take your marks, which means they can get into position, have to be in position. They can be disqualified for deliberately delaying the start. All swimmers ready quickly there, and all set. Away nicely. Perhaps in lane number 3, Andrew Mullen. Off the blocks quickest, but Daniel Diaz in lane 4 from Brazil, 35.62. He swam this morning, his world record's 34.15. He set that less than a year ago in taking the Paralympic gold medal. One lane up from him, Roy Perkins of the USA, really chasing him down now. Roy Perkins in lane 5's into the lead. There's less than a metre to go, and it's going to be lane number 5. Roy Perkins takes out the Paralympic champion Daniel Diaz. Diaz beating into silver. That's a shock. That's a real surprise tonight. Andrew Mullen takes the bronze in 38.18. Winning time 34.55 to Roy Perkins against Daniel Diaz 34.78. all happened inside the final 5 or 6 metres. Roy Perkins, look at him there, absolutely delighted. Perkins, the world champion.
Oh, Roy Perkins, I said if anyone could challenge the world record holder Daniel Diaz, it could be Roy Perkins of the USA, the former Paralympic champion from Beijing in 2008. He's been eclipsed by the great Brazilian in recent years, and no one really thought seriously he could challenge Diaz. Diaz slightly off his time. Perkins took advantage. And looking across there, look at this, stroke for stroke as they come in. Perkins with the smaller arms down and has got enough just to touch out Daniel Diaz. Daniel Diaz probably with slightly longer arms than Perkins. Perkins had to have his body in front and just about got it there by 0.23 of a second. Perkins takes the gold. A real shock here in Montreal. Diaz is the silver medalist. Andrew Mullen, another European record swim. Well, it was this morning, slightly slower. He'll take the bronze for Great Britain.
Only 0.40 off the world record, so again, you've really got to set world records or get close to chasing them down to take gold. Some great racing as we move on to the women's 50 metres butterfly S5. And here's the lineup. Lane number 1 to 8 will be introduced right now.
Simon Fragoso goes for Portugal in lane 1. Experienced Portuguese and even more experienced Catalina Engelhardt in lane 2 for Hungary. She's been around for a number of major championships, the Hungarian team. Very experienced squad. Joana Maria Silva from Brazil, bronze medalist from London, but the Paralympic champion Sarah Louise Rung from Norway. Next to her, Natalia Chavel from Belarus. Stephanie Chironi from Italy goes in lane 6. Reka Kesdi from Hungary in 7. And the USA swimmer in lane number 8, Haley Berenbaum, goes in the outside lane. 8th fastest qualifier. Not much to choose between the two swimmers in the centre lanes though. Sarah Louise Rung and Natalia Chavel, 46.67, 47.10 from Hayes. Joana Maria Silva in 47.64, again not too far behind. Sarah Louise Rung, great start using that power from the blocks. Very, very good effect there. Sarah Louise Rung coming away from the rest of the field now, and I don't think anyone is going to challenge the Norwegian. Sarah Louise Rung, and she comes in to the last 15.
Sarah Louise Rung all the way, start to finish, no one challenging. One lane up, Chavel having a good swim, Silva going well also, but it's all about Sarah Louise Rung in lane 4 for Norway. 43.74 on the official electronic clock. Second place 46.54 unofficially for Chavel, and Silva in third 46.76. Tight, small margin of difference between bronze and silver, but there's the official time for the champion, for the gold medalist, Sarah Louise Rung of Norway. It was really hers all the way.
Yeah, she retained her world title there, Sarah Louise Rung. Now, a good start from the blocks. Joana Maria Silva going from the blocks, using her legs there to get off the blocks, but as soon as they got into the stroke there, Sarah Louise Rung coming through in the centre. Great flexibility there in the shoulders for Sarah Louise Rung.
Sherioni going very well there, around about 20 to 30 metres down the pool, and at the very top of the picture there in lane number 7. Kesdi coming well through the field at the end, but the medals are what they are, and the gold goes to that young lady right there. Sarah Louise Rung had a great Paralympic Games, a big name in Paralympic swimming, and a big gold medal for her tonight.
Yeah, she'll be hoping to add to that later in the week. She's got a couple of other events at these championships. It's gold to Norway, Sarah Louise Rung, 43.74. Silver to Chavel from Belarus, and Joana Maria Silva takes the bronze for Brazil. Russian team there. Need to get an update on the medal table, but the Russians can't be far away from the top of the table. I need to try and get a copy of that. Sarah Louise Rung, the latest gold medalist, the latest country to add to the gold medal tally. So move on to the next medal presentation. The men's 100 freestyle for the S12 class, the fastest Paralympian in water, Maxim Varaksa, just did enough to hang on and take the gold medal. And there's the Portuguese team. Give us a wave, Portugal.
And in just a few moments, the medalists will be on pool deck. Motivational music surrounding the stands at the moment as people just relax and enjoy this rather humid, warm evening in Montreal. But as I mentioned earlier, ideal conditions for competitors. Hello to Sweden right there, and now Italy. There's a happy man to be on TV. And back to Sweden. Some tourism promotion for Montreal in front of our eyes there. Of course, Olympic Games held in Montreal in 1976. Parc Jean Drapeau is exactly where we are, and a wonderful sporting park it is. Outdoor facilities absolutely second to none. The local organising committee trying to do the very best for the competitors and have this temporary roof to almost have an indoors-outdoors facility. Some teams not sure that it has worked to best effect. The biggest concern is that lots of national teams will be videoing the swimmers, and there's a lot of lighting and construction and supportive beams that are actually impeding with cameras picking up the swimmers of the respective national teams that want to be videoed and watch that video and analyse that video and collect some data to understand how the performance went and make some decisions and set some goals between the heats and the finals. So there's been a little bit of pressure across some management teams to do the best job for their athletes. And the sport is now becoming so very, very competitive. So now the victory ceremony for the men's 100 metres freestyle S12.
For the men's 100 metre freestyle S12 category,
Mesdames et messieurs, voici maintenant la cérémonie de remise des médailles du 100 mètres libre chez les messieurs catégorie S12.
Please welcome the medalists.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
The medals and gifts will be presented
Ukraine,
by
gold
Dr.
and bronze.
Margot Monjoy, FINA Executive Committee member,
Russian
and Ronald
Federation,
Hawkins,
silver.
Executive Director of Life-Saving Society.
So here are the dignitaries to present the medals to these champions.
Bronze medalist,
taking gold,
representing
of course,
Ukraine, Danilo Shufarov.
51.80.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Ukraine, Danilo Shufarov.
So the bronze medalist there with the mascot
Silver medalist
of the Ukraine, Danilo Shufarov.
Alexander Nevelin Svetov.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la Russie, Alexander Nevelin Svetov.
Alexander Nevelin Svetov
Gold medalist
of the national team of the Russian Federation.
Varaksa.
Very credible silver medal, but there's the big man. Varaksa takes gold again. Been the world champion in the past, the Paralympic champion, world champion again. Maxim Varaksa of the Ukraine. The world champion this evening, and now he will rejoice in his national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
So there we have it. Wasn't the first time we heard the national anthem of the Ukraine this evening, and it certainly won't be the last tonight or throughout the week. A very, very strong team they've had over many years. So these gentlemen leave the podium now with their cuddly toys, but more so the piece of metal hanging around the neck. The bronze, the silver, the gold.
Ladies and
How
gentlemen,
much it means
the
to these
victory
men.
ceremony
Work so hard,
for the women's 100
swimming
freestyle
30,
S12
40,
category.
50, 60, 70 kilometres a week, as well as all the conditioning in the land. The land work, the gym work
Welcome the medalists.
is grueling. So now the women's 100 metres freestyle S12 victory ceremony. Take to the podium.
Bronze medalist, representing Germany, Naomi Mike Schnitger.
Médaillé de bronze représentant
Mikey Schnitger.
Naomi Mike Schnitger.
Lady from the German team. I think that could well be the Germans' first medal of these championships.
Silver medalist, representing
their
Great Britain,
home
Hannah
event
Russell.
in Berlin 2 years ago, European Championships. Making medals, and Hannah Russell, well supported by the GB supporters, making lots of noise here in the crowd in Montreal. Hannah Russell, she's changed her coach
Gold
this year.
medalist, representing the Russian Federation, Daria
Silver medal in this one under freestyle. She couldn't catch this lady though. Daria Sokolova.
Daria Sokolova.
She will take gold medal in a very impressive time, under the 1 minute mark, 59.71. And she is continuing the great Russian legacy in this event. Oksana Savchenko, the Paralympic champion, not taking part at these championships. But the Russian team is still on top of the podium. Raya Stokulova, national anthem of the Russian Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
As they move off the podium. We'll see a number of these swimmers back later in the week for other events. They're being pointed in the right direction here. That's a nice shot. 3 medalists. Having a good laugh and a joke as they're on that medal podium. It'll all be different when they're on the blocks tomorrow, trying to fight each other for more medals in the events at these championships. Remember, 7 days of action from here at Montreal. Finishing next Sunday. It's the last day of competition. They're all looking up at the screens. They can all see themselves on the big screens. You just see them at the corner of the picture there. The people in the spectator galleries and the teams. And I'll see the pictures that you can see at home when they've been broadcast around the arena here in the Parc Aquatic Centre in Montreal. Moving from the visually impaired swimmers to the S1 swimmers, swimmers with most impairment in the Paralympic programme. You see these swimmers tend to be swimmers with severe cerebral palsy or severe spinal injuries. Christos Stampakis, CP swimmer, cerebral palsy. He was the world record holder and world champion up until about a year ago.
Silver medalist.
He takes a medal for the Greek team. You'll be pleased with that. The Greeks always got a great tradition in the lower class swimmers in the S1 to S3 classes. They've been caught up and overtaken in some classes by the Ukrainians.
Gold medalist
Anton Cole, new name on the scene in the S1 class. Fantastic improvement there. 10-second improvement he did to get into the silver medal position. He's got a long way to go to catch up. This man, Paralympic champion, now becomes the world champion. Nadi Boyko, he takes the gold medal in this 50 metres backstroke for the S1 class.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Boyko very reflective there on his performance. Almost a bit subdued, but now smiling, very inward of himself there, thinking and reflecting on the performance. The images we saw were Quite fantastic how the water can support the body. It's 800 times thicker than air, and we move around on the land, and there's something called ground force that keeps us pinned down, and the day can feel quite heavy. And I myself, for sure, as well as all these competitors here, just love to jump in the water and allow the medium of the water and feel the buoyancy and float around. Almost like a spaceman sometimes, just let the head clear itself, whether you're working hard or whether you're just having a relaxing swim or just trying to get a bit fit. It's a great sport for everybody in the family. But let's move on to the men's 200 metres freestyle S3.
Well, it's an S3 event, but you see from the caption there, the two S2 swimmers in the outside lanes. Combined event, though the S2 swimmers have to compete against the S3 swimmers for the medals. The S2 Paralympic champion 3 times over, Yang from China, goes in lane 1. Michael DeMarco from the USA, he goes in lane 2. Ioannis Kostakis from Greece, one of the most experienced guys around. He's been around for a lot of years, Kostakis. Still going strong, the Greek, and he qualified in 3rd position. Not the fastest qualifier. We heard Radetz getting serenaded there. There's Martinez Teruelo, the Spanish swimmer. Radetz just about getting to the blocks now. The Ukrainian swimmer, there he is, the fastest qualifier.
Fastest qualifying 3:34.98. In lane 6 is Grant Patterson. Battella. Battella for Italy. So we have 4 lengths of the pool. Lopez for Spain. The swimmers are away. Just one swimmer there deciding to take to the waters from the starting block, and you could see in the first 7 metres the sort of advantage that it can give. Radetz in lane number 4. In the lead and looking good at the moment. Again, we can see a mix of techniques. It's a freestyle event. Just to remind you once again, that means these competitors can do any of the 4 individual strokes: front crawl, breaststroke, backstroke or butterfly. Front crawl, the fastest stroke, but it's an individual choice, so depending on the individual strengths and ability, they will choose the fastest stroke for themselves. And still in the lead, Radetz of the Ukraine. And 1 lane up in lane number 5 is the Spaniard. And very well indeed. Radetz pulling away all the time. Way away and out of the mix here. Lane number 6 just turning. Battella in 8th place for Italy, but there's the leader, Radetz of the Ukraine. Breathing every stroke. Choosing to breathe to his right-hand side, keeping a low head position, almost twisting the mouth he'll be doing to take in some air. Maybe able to see that breathing pattern and control of the head. Breathing left and right now, so bilateral breathing, that can add balance to the stroke. Reduce any snaking or movement across the pool, across the lane. These swimmers trying not to swim in a chain fashion. We don't really want to swim up 1 lane rope and down the other. It's a 200-metre race, not a 202-metre race, so trying to be very efficient. Staying quite close to that lane rope as a marker. Lane 5 there. showing on the backstroke technique to great effect.
Fino Radetz now coming into the final turn then, and you can see the margin there between him and the second place Martinez Tuelo from Spain is coming in there. Fino Radetz has been the champion and the European champion back in 2011. He was the world champion in 2010 and the Paralympic champion in 2008. Great record in this event. The last person to beat him at a major event was Great Britain's Kenny Cairns back in 2006 World Championship. Fino Radetz, though, coming home now. We'll just check the time. He's gone through 150 in 2 minutes 40.82. That's almost exactly the same as he went this morning, 240.65. So just 0.1 of a second away from the time he did today. Martinez Tuelo from Spain is going to finish in second place, but here he comes, Fino Radetz now into the last 2 meters, coming in now, 336.82. Fino Radetz will claim the world title yet again, defending that title that he won in Eindhoven in 2010. Martinez Tuelo comes in for Spain, he'll claim the silver medal. 348.82 for Martinez Tuelo, knocking 2 seconds off his entry time. And John Kostakis, to the delight of the Greek supporters in the stand, yet again is on the medal podium at a World Championship. John Kostakis, one of the guys that's been around for a number of years, still going strong and still getting medals at the big games. Coming in now, Michael DeMarco, and we'll keep an eye on the outside lanes, Yang and Lopez Cervantes from Mexico and China, because they are in the S2 class and they are looking to try and challenge the S2 world record, even though they're not going to feature in the medals. 434.39, and here is Yang, 438.93. well, not too far away at all, just a couple of seconds outside the S2 world record for the Chinese Paralympic champion Yang.
Coming in 8th, 7th place at the top of the picture there. Looks like lane number 8. That's Lopez for Mexico. 7th all the way, 5:04.79. Unofficial, of course, on the electronic timing system. And coming in lane number 6 is Bertella. Bertella representing Italy. 5:18.39 for him. But we'll wait for the official results. Fino Radetz is the world champion. There's the start. The first of the yellow lanes with the blue hat. Swimmers always centre of the pool. Fastest swimmers centre of the pool. Traditionally, the water was very washy, very choppy. We didn't have anti-wave lane ropes. We had very thin pieces of string. The pools weren't deck level. They had high walls. Water would bounce off the walls on the outside of the pool and wash the swimmers away in lane 1 and lane 8. Those swimmers that were on the outside had a disadvantage, but not anymore. We've got deck level pools, anti-wave lane ropes. It's a true facility that can offer fair play. So all of these individuals, although they'll be fighting for medals, they all want to be champions. They'll have personal goals and targets, and that marks success. And they are right there, the successful 8 competitors, but there can only be one gold medalist, and that's Fino Radetz of the Ukraine. 336.82 for gold.
It's a Hungarian team. Enjoying the atmosphere here. Janos Pexek. Speaking to him yesterday, he was a Paralympic champion back in '92, back in our day, Nick. Back in the black and white days.
No super HD.
Yeah, that's right.
In fact, anti-wave lane ropes, they were around then, but they were quite small. They weren't big, beefy, chunky things like these.
The woolen costumes. Remember them?
No, you're a little older than me, I think.
Oh, right. Next final is about to come out. It's the 200 freestyle final S3. A few big names in here, as you can see. Olga Swiderska.
Valley in 5 as well.
Valley. Well,
from
Patricia
Mexico.
Valley. I was trying to
Followed her
think.
over the years.
I was trying to think, Patricia Valley. I remember her certainly from the World Championships back in '98 in New Zealand. The first IPC World Championships was in Malta in '94, and I think Patricia Valley actually swam in those championships back in '94. So we could be looking at someone who's competed in every one of the 6 championship IPC World Championships: '94, '98, 2002, 2006, 2010, and now Montreal 13. There's not many people have got that type of record. Patricia Valley from Mexico.
Almost 20 years of training at this high level of elite sport. So here are the finalists for this next event right now.
Vera Tam in line 1 for Germany. Tagadillo for Mexico in 2. Chavez Perez from Mexico in 3. Olga Swiderska set that sensational world record in the heat. She absolutely smashed the world record mark this morning. Patricia Valley from Mexico, the experienced Patricia Valley, as we spoke about, the reigning champion in this event from the World Championships back in 2010. Maximova from Ukraine goes in lane number 6. Can the Russian Federation be on the medal podium again? Alexandra Aganova. And the Colombians. Oh, Colombians well represented in the finals this evening. Lara Rodriguez for Colombia. Another Colombian in the final. I think that's 4th or 5th this evening. Colombians coming through in certain classes here. As Agafonova, you see another type of start is used in these events. Agafonova just being steadied there by our coach on the very far right hand side of your picture there, and again the coach cannot provide propulsion at the start, just holding the swimmer in position, and the swimmer has to provide the propulsion for themselves, but they are allowed to hold the swimmer in that position, whether it be on the blocks or whether it be in the water by the feet. A good start for Agafonova there in line number 7, but I don't expect her to be able to live with the pace of Olga Swiderska, the new world record holder, going out very, very strong already in the centre lanes. And can Patricia Valley get back on the medal podium yet again at what we think is her 6th World Championship event? She's doing well in 2nd place, but we'll watch for the time of Swiderska to see if she can challenge that time that she did this morning. Coming up to the first 50. This morning she went through in 53.94. So let's have a look at the clock as she comes into this first turn of the 200. She's inside, half a second inside, looking good for Olga Swiderska of Ukraine.
Very much a medal distance event for these competitors. It's just 4 lengths of the pool. It may be just 200 metres, but they're competing for 4 and 5 minutes. Olga Swiderska, though, with a blistering 3:46.04 this morning for that world record. So effort and pace is quite crucial early on for all the competitors. But Swiderska, she's so far clear of her nearest rival, the gold, unless there's a very, very unusual disqualification. And we have had disqualifications already today in this morning's heats, but it's not likely that would happen, and less likely on a freestyle event anyway. So Olga Swiderska in the lead for the Ukraine. But once again, let's keep our eye on the clock. Could it be another world record again for her? She's set it this morning. Can she do it again this evening? There's a swivel turn, 1:51.26.
Well, she's just she dropped outside now, about half a second though, so she can bring this back, and she's about half a second outside the time that she did this morning. 1:50.77 was that time, so we'll see what she is at the 1:50 mark. Remember Olga Swiderska coming on to the scene a couple of years ago, European Championships, and she did very, very fast heat swims. Wasn't always able to follow that up in the final. I remember her being beaten unusually by her teammate. It was Istomina, a teammate that beat her in the backstroke event when Olga Swiderska was very much the favourite to win in the final. We'll see what kind of time that she is going to have here at the 150 mark. 2:49.82 was her split this morning with that sensational world record of 3:46. Patricia Valley looking like she's clear in second position, but the pace has dropped, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to see a record again tonight. 2:49 it was this morning. It's now 2:53, so Swiderska not able to quite match the pace that she did in this morning's heats.
Nonetheless, a great performance. I'm sure it is about the gold this evening. It is the World Championship final. They don't come around very often. Patricia Valley still in a very strong silver position. I wouldn't think that position will change. Been in second all the way. Swiderska, though, well, a league of her own in lane number 4. Perhaps 28-30 metres clear now, and moving further ahead with almost every full stroke cycle she takes. 3:51, 3:52, 93. She is the world champion. No world record, but who cares? She's already got that one, and now she's got the gold medal. And here, lane number 2. Into the turn. Some swimmers off that wall now, down the final length. There's some underwater pictures of how the individuals will differ in their abilities, some using upper arms as strength and propulsion, some relying on the leg action and strength and power of the leg kick, predominantly using the dolphin undulating motion. But that's a front crawl technique there, and of course in the name of Patricia Valley, and she gets that splendid silver medal.
Vera Tam, I think, from Germany in the outside lane there. The German swimmer probably not going to challenge for the medals, because I think in third position it does look like it's the other Mexican, Chavez Perez, in lane number 3. She's going to follow her teammate, the experienced Patricia Valley, into the wall there. Big fight there between Vera Tam and Delgadillo, the third Mexican, but it is going to be Chavez Perez who comes in to third position for the bronze medal. And out there in lane number 8, another good performance by the Colombian team. Lara Rodriguez is going to come in for fourth position in a time of 5:26 there for Lara Rodriguez. Maximova in fifth position for Ukraine. And battle in the close lanes there, very close at the end, but it was Delgadillo from Mexico just getting the touch over Vera Tam. No doubt about the winner though, Olga Swiderska. She really dominated that race from start to finish, as we expected she could. Great shots there of Chavez Perez, Mexican, diving in there head first, but once they got into the strokes, it was the long, rangy stroke of Olga Swiderska, which just blew away the rest of the field. Swiderska keeping that style going.
And great style it is. Let's not forget the great technique you have to support the hips and the lower legs. We've got to stay very, very horizontal on the water surface. If we're angled head to feet, the water comes at you and it just bites you and it slows you down. And if those legs drop away, if your core strength isn't there to support them, you get pianos and elephants jumping from the heavens all over the body. So Swiderska there showing some great form, great technique. Swiderska, Valley and Perez, gold, silver and bronze.
Now to the other side of the spectrum now, it's the 100 freestyle for men in the S9 class. Swimmers with minimal disabilities. You see leg amputees, arm amputees mostly. Tamas Stokes in lane 2. There's Jose Maria Alcaraz, the Spanish champion, the European champion. Next to Australia's most successful Paralympian ever, Matt Cowdrey, the world record holder, 55.30. And the only man that really can challenge him today, well, the only two men were probably his teammates, Roland Crowthers One, a very young man, he's come through, and the 400 champion from London, Brendan Hall, may well challenge him. Skaluk from Russia and David Graxa from Portugal complete the lineup in 7 and 8. But the Aussies will be hoping for a 1-2-3 here. Matt Cowdrey, world record holder, will be the favourite. Rowan Crothers, the young man who's just come in, I think he's just 15 years of age. It's his first major championship, the man in lane number 5. Matt Cowdrey could be worried about the youngster, the young whippersnapper, coming up against the champion. Matt Cowdrey's a fighter though. The 3 hats of Australia in 4, 5 and 6. Blue hat of Spain in lane number 3, the European champion. Can he challenge the Aussies? Great start from Matt Cowdrey. What a spring off that block there. Really showing his intent. Wow, what a start there. Head and shoulders ahead of the rest already, Matt Cowdrey.
Well, really was a blistering reaction time. The electronic scoreboard showed 0.62 of a second to get his full body away from that starting block. It wasn't just the speed off the block though, he was fast underwater and fast into his stroke. He's fast at the turn in 26.76. It's Cowdrey, Murray and Tott in first, second and third. But watch out now, there's just 29 metres to go. Cowdrey though pulling through once again. The field was closing down. He went to sleep a little bit, but he's moving again ahead of the rest of the field. A full body length clear.
Matt Cowdrey coming away. He is going to retain his title. Matt Cowdrey, can he challenge the world record? 55.30. Oh, just about 3/100ths outside the world record. What a swim from Matt Cowdrey. He dominated there from start to finish. He is the world champion. He is the champion supreme from Australia. The European champion Alcaraz from Spain gets in for the silver, and the youngster Rowan Crothers from Australia will take the bronze. 57.17 for Crothers, 56.52 for Alcaraz. But Cowdrey, what a start that was.
What a start it was, and it wasn't just the reaction, as I mentioned in the super slow-mo pictures there. You could see how he entered the water a metre clear of the rest of the field, his fingertips piercing the waters. He entered the waters and did some very strong dolphin kicking, and in a very streamlined fashion. Great power generated from the middle of his body, and he was up and away. I wondered whether he went to sleep at around about the 65-metre marker, but I'll certainly give him the benefit of the doubt. 300ths of a second away from the world record. It was probably the angle of the camera that made the field look like they were closing down on him. And then, did he get extra speed? No, he didn't. It was perhaps the angles, and he chased down the world record, but just missed out. But a gold medal and a world championship title to Matthew Cowdrey of Australia.
We move on to the women's race. Can we see another sensational race from the women here? In lane 1, Camille Cruz from Brazil. Claire Cashmore, one of 3 Great Britain swimmers, goes in lane number 2. Sarai Gascon, the European champion, bronze medalist from London, goes in 3. Amy Marin, the young star from Great Britain, goes in 4. Stephanie Millward, the silver medalist at the European and World Championships, goes in 5. Arina Grastanova, the Russian former record holder in the 50 freestyle, goes in 6. Lin Ping from China in 7. 4th in London. And Katrina Roxon, the local swimmer from the Canadian team, the home swimmer, goes in 8. The women's 100 freestyle S9, Natalie Toy, the world record holder from South Africa, has retired. It's opened the door to any of these swimmers. Who is going to go through that door and claim the gold medal? Sarah Gascon, the European champion, is leading at the moment, but Amy Marin and Stephanie Millward coming back into contention, and Grastanova with very good start there. Lin Ping from China is going to lead them into the 50, I think.
Lin Ping, yes, absolutely, in lane number 7, 106.96. But there's some great underwater shots. Marin, Lin, Gascon. Marin now really coming into her own. She was very quick into that final stroke. Very good around and off the wall. This is going to be a really tight finish. Marin, Millward, Stephanie Millward in lane 5 for Great Britain. She's just slipping back into bronze, but she's got to head back down again. It's getting even tighter now. Marin, Millward, Gascon slipping back into third. The gold is going to go to lane number 5, Millward, Stephanie Millward. 104.00 for Great Britain off a 30.92. She was in fourth and she came right the way through. The winner, the gold medalist.
That's Amy
right
Marin.
There, the picture seems on Amy Marin. There's confusions over the timings at the moment. Amy Marin's, it's showing 104.41 in second.
Yeah, I think it was Amy Marin in second. Stephanie Millward certainly finished the stronger. But good start from Sarah Gascon from Spain. And Lin Ping from China. She was ahead. It was actually Marin in lane number 4 that led by 5 100s against the Chinese swimmer. Sarah Gascon coming into it in the last 50 there. Amy Marin thought she had it, but Stephanie Millward, the experienced Stephanie Millward, came through at the end, 104.00. Stephanie Millward is the world champion, and I bet she didn't expect that. 104.00. Millward takes it. It's 1-2 to Great Britain. Amy Marin in second, and the European champion from Spain is the bronze medalist on this occasion. Sarah Gascon takes third.
Well, that margin of difference of 0.41 is very visible to the eye, and it certainly took my eye that Stephanie Millward was the champion into the wall. Shame that the camera didn't pick up the emotion, perhaps, of herself when she touched the wall, and would have turned around to see that she'd taken gold in what was a very brave performance. Fourth at the turn, she kept control of herself physically and mentally and came through when it really mattered. Marin did extremely well, though. 30.47, touching the wall and stopping the clock in 64.41 against 64.54. Gascon third at the turn, 30.75, and finished third. But here we are with the medal ceremony right now.
You just saw David Smettanine from France receiving his bronze medal. And this is the medal ceremony for the men's 50 metres freestyle S4. Gustavo Sanchez Martinez. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's very confident young man. He'll have his best events to come. The 100 and the 200 freestyle, very much his specialities. Couldn't beat this man on the day. Great performance there by Sendar Mustafayev from Ukraine. World record has stood since 2004. We thought this Ukrainian man might be able to claim it. Didn't quite do enough. He was something like 0.4 of a second outside the time of the world record. I'm sure that will go in the future. He's the gold medalist, and he hears the anthem of Ukraine. The medalist Mustafayev, Gustavo Sanchez Martinez, and David Smettanine. All smiling away, all pleased to be on the medal podium. I'm just trying to look at some of the entry times here, because David Smettanine been around for a little while, and some of the events have a fair spread of ages as they're coming there to the next medal presentation. Yeah, Mustafayev and Smettanine both in their 30s, and Sanchez Martinez, a 19-year-old from Mexico.
Victory ceremony for the women's 50-meter freestyle S4.
The year after the Paralympic Games is often the year where a number of the old-timers retire. more experienced swimmers to let the youngsters come through. We're seeing certainly a lot of the youngsters perform here already at these championships.
Representing the Netherlands,
This is a presentation for the women's 50 metres freestyle for the S4 class. Lisette Teunissen from the Netherlands. She was the world record holder up until a short time ago. In fact, in the heats this morning. Teunissen is the bronze medalist, and the silver medalist is the Italian swimmer Arola Trimi. Very pleased to get on the medal podium. She can challenge the champion Nelly Miranda from Mexico. Mexicans, good competition, as they always do. They always tend to pick up medals in the lower numerical classes. Very strong history of producing swimmers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of Mexico.
And we'll hear the anthem of Mexico.
Ladies and gentlemen, your world championship.
The loudest voice on both sides. No, it's not Nick Gillingham. It's the Mexican tenor. We're already looking forward to the next rendition of the Mexican national anthem. Nelly Miranda, Lisette Teunissen and Arola Trimi. Interesting, Lisette Teunissen took the world record. Nelly Miranda was the world champion until Teunissen came onto the scene. Took the records and titles from the Mexican, but the Mexican has fought back and made big improvements in her time and has gone past Lisette Teunissen on this occasion. I'm sure the Netherlands swimmer will have something to say about that and will come back even stronger. And Arola Trimi's got to be one to look for the future also. For the world champion on this occasion, to the delight of the Mexican fans, is Nelly Miranda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony.
And the next medal ceremony. Well, if you were a betting man, you probably would not bet on the outcome of this one. Probably the shock of the day. Daniel Diaz, the face of the Rio Games, relegated to the silver medal, and the bronze medalist. The Andrew Mullen fan club. Andrew Mullen, what a great swim, great couple of swims. European record this morning, just marginally outside this evening. He has claimed his first medal on the global stage. Andrew Mullen, European medalist before, now world medalist Andrew Mullen. Just behind this man, Daniel Diaz, multi-Paralympic gold medalist. But on this occasion it's silver for the Brazilian, and that was a shock result because it was such a good swim from this man, Roy Perkins, the American. He believed in himself, believed he could get back to Daniel Diaz. It was a fantastic time for the American, 34.55, 0.23 of a second ahead of Daniel Diaz. And He takes the gold for the USA, Diaz in silver and Mullen in third position.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
Roy Perkins in the centre ahead of Daniel Diaz and Andrew Mullen. Three guys who I'm sure will be going on to the Rio Paralympic Games. And they'll be challenging for the medals. Of course, Roy Perkins is probably just stirred up Daniel Diaz a little bit. You've got a fear for the competitors that are going to come up against Diaz for the rest of the week, because he is going to make doubly sure that he lives up to his favourites billing at each of those races. Daniel Diaz will be back very, very strong, I'm sure, in the remainder of the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's
The next
50
medal
butterfly
ceremony
S5
is the women's 50 metres
Mesdames
butterfly.
et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise des médailles du 50 mètres papillon chez les dames catégorie S5.
No such shocks
Ladies
in
and
this
gentlemen,
one.
please welcome the medalists.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
It is another
Bronze
Brazil medal.
medalist representing Brazil.
This
Joana
time
Maria
bronze to
Silva.
Joana Maria Silva.
Représentant le Brésil, Joana Maria Silva.
To match the bronze that she won in the London Paralympic Games.
Silver medalist representing Belarus, Natalia
And she
Shilov.
was very close finish.
Représentant le Bélarus.
0.2 of a second between Joana Maria Silva and Natalia Chavel from Belarus. She takes congratulations. And the silver
Gold
medal and the
medalist
mascot, of course.
representing Norway, Sarah Louise Rung.
We really need to find out what the name of that mascot was. That's the first gold medal to the Norwegians at these championships. The first gold medal to Sarah Louise Rung. She retains her world title that she won first in 2010.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise
Gold
for the
medalist
national
in the
anthem of
women's
Norway.
50 metres butterfly is from Norway. It's Sarah Louise Rung. She's the world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Sarah Louise Rung takes that gold medal for the team from Norway. Just looking at the schedule now for the rest of the programme today. It's about 10 minutes to 8 here in Montreal. And still a number of finals to come. 5 more finals, 6 more finals even, to bring you for close of play tonight, shortly before 9 o'clock. The first of those finals we will bring you are the men's and women's 100 backstroke finals for the S11 class. In the S11 class, of course, swimmers who have no vision at all. So they are totally blind, and it's a requirement of this class that the swimmers have to wear blacked out goggles. So even if they have some sort of light perception, that was deemed to be an advantage to some swimmers. So each of the swimmers in the S11 class, to ensure there's a level playing field, have to wear blacked out goggles. So the goggles will be checked prior to the swimmers coming out for this event, and also after the race as well. You'll see the goggles being checked. Sergio Zayas gone through in lane 2. Donovan Tilsley, experienced Donovan Tilsley, goes in lane 3. Can he get on the medal podium for the home country? Dimitrios Zalewski in 4. Alexander Maschenko in 5. And Henry Herbst from the Republic of South Africa goes in lane 6. Bo Zhanyang, the Chinese world record holder, set that back in 2008 in his home games in Beijing. Not taking part this time. So, again, doors open. Can anyone claim the gold medal here at this World Championships? Zalewski is going to be the favourite, certainly, well ahead of the entry time. Tilsley and Maschenko will also fancy the chances of getting on the medal podium. Again, the swimmers with absolutely no vision at all. They really have to ensure that they're on the centre of the lane. You don't want to get caught in the lane ropes here. It's very difficult to get off the lane ropes if you actually get caught without seeing where you're going. Looks like a clean start here. Good low start, actually. Henry Herbst got away well from South Africa. And, well, in the centre lane, Zalewski, again, just about on that lane rope there. That's not a good place to be for the Ukrainian swimmer in the centre lane, the centre of all the 5 lanes. Just about getting off that lane rope now. You don't want to push too far off the lane rope though. You end up sneaking across the lane and going more distance than you need to. And there are the tapping sticks. They show the swimmers, or they tell the swimmers where the turn is and where the finishing position is. Each of the swimmers will train with those tapping sticks. They'll know if they feel the tap on the head that they are so many strokes out from the end. It varies from swimmer to swimmer. But Zalewski now coming through in the centre lane ahead of his teammate Maschenko, but Zalewski is going to take this one. I think he's going to take it well clear coming into the last 5. The tapper comes in with the red ball there on the hip of Zalewski, and he touches to take the gold, 108.75. Maschenko in second position, 112.57, and Donovan Tilsley from Canada will be on the medal podium for the home nation, 114.38. So, Dmytro Zalewski. Now, unless they hear the stadium announcer, these swimmers will not be aware of what the result is, because their coaches are not allowed to tell them what the results are until the results have been made official. Zalewski there, you see him on the lane ropes, but he managed to get himself out of the lane ropes there, just brushing against them. He'll be able to feel those lane ropes. Pretty unforgiving if you go into them. And again, just kind of veering over to the side of the lane slightly, but it's good enough. Good finish there. The tapper did a good job there, and Zalewski is now the world champion. Those results there by the caption: Zalewski 108.75, Maschenko 112.57 for the silver medal. It's gold and silver to Ukraine. Donovan Tilsley, the bronze for Canada in 114.38. Moving on to the next event, which is the women's version of the S11 100 backstroke. Tomori Ishihara from Japan in 1, Leticia Martinez from the USA in 2, Marina Pidovna from Ukraine in 3. There's Marina. In 4, Paralympic champion in the 200 medley, Mary Fisher from New Zealand. What can Mary Fisher do? Daniela Schulte in lane number 5 from Germany. Chikako Ono from Japan in lane number 6. And Maya Ricard, the world record holder in the 100 breaststroke, goes in lane 7. 100 backstroke. Same as with the men's event, all these swimmers wearing blacked out goggles. Really difficult to navigate yourself around the pool here, especially if you get caught on the lane ropes as we saw in the last race. Daniela Schulte going well there in lane number 5 from Germany. Mary Fisher probably challenging for the lead with Schulte, and in 3rd place Maria Pidovna from Ukraine to play for with these 3. Who's going to be first? Again, a lot of pressure on the tappers there. Big long tapping stick for Daniela Schulte, and Fisher probably got the better turn there. Came out strongly. Schulte in 2nd position. Pidovna further half a second down in 3rd position. But Mary Fisher now on her way home. Has she got the strength now? She is pulling away, I think, from Daniela Schulte, although that angle that we see in the camera probably a little bit deceptive here, because Daniela Schulte coming back strongly here. Mary Fisher just with the edge, but there's not much in it at all. And Mary Fisher now coming in for New Zealand. Can it be a gold medal for New Zealand here? Schulte trying very hard to get back on terms, all on the touch there. And Fisher gets it, 120.31, just by 0.3 of a second from Daniela Schulte. What a fantastic race there. Fisher gets it, Schulte in 2nd, and Pidovna in 3rd position, 123.53 for the Ukrainian. There's the start there, some good underwater work there from Mary Fisher. And Daniela Schulte came back strongly in the closing stages there. You know, you take the little bits and pieces. It was a good start from Mary Fisher. It was a good turn from her too. And at the end of the day, she only won that by 0.3 of a second. These things all add up. All these skills, starts, turns, finishes. Let's have a look. Oh, Fisher, she stretched in there, but it was good enough. Mary Fisher from New Zealand will be the world champion. Not much in that at all, though. Daniela Schulte in 2nd position, the German swimmer. There's the confirmed results. Fisher takes the gold, Schulte 2nd, Pidovna the bronze.
It means so much to be a champion, and you've won many medals yourself, Paul. Can you explain what goes through your mind in the days leading up on the day of the event, and you touch that wall and that gold medal belongs to you?
Well, it's difficult. It's different sometimes. It depends on what situation you're in. If you go in as a favourite, sometimes it's a little bit of a different situation. A little bit more pressure maybe, and you maybe have a surprise victory, but the feeling's always the same. It's a feeling of relief, feeling of joy when you get to the end of the wall, and relief probably that it's all over. All your hard work has come to fruition. It's just good. People have worked towards that. All these swimmers are working towards that goal. They all have the same goal in mind, and if it's you that comes out on top, it's something to be very proud of.
And here we have the competitors then for the men's 100 metres freestyle S10. Robert Welborn goes in lane number 1 for Great Britain. Grigorev for the Russian Federation goes in lane 2. Rodriguez in 3 for Brazil. Right next door to Silverman of the USA, 52.88. He's the fastest qualifier, but he's right next door to Andre Brazil of Brazil. 52.92 for him, but he's the world record holder. Set that 3 years ago, though, 50.87. Number 6. We'll see a Russian competitor, but Andre Brazil still in picture as the world record holder. Bartoninsky will go in 6 for the Russian Federation. Paul in 7 for South Africa. To complete the lineup, David Levesque in lane 8. Levesque from Spain. In position and away. Andre Brazil underwater, but up into the lead and clearly into the lead. Andre Brazil slipping back though. The third swimmer up, Rodriguez. Rodriguez going very well. It's all a wash. Not much in it at all, but lane 5 going very well. Andre Brazil, he turns first, 25.12. Second place, 25.19. And third place, 25.75. It's getting really tight now into the closing stages. 25 metres to go.
It's the 2 Brazilians here. Andre Brazil, he tied up slightly in the heats this morning, allowed Silverman to come past him. That's not going to happen tonight. The title is going to Andre Brazil from Brazil. He glides in slightly, but 51.57. Still a fantastic time for Andre Brazil. Silverman recovered just to pip Rodriguez for the silver medal. Silverman gets the silver and Rodriguez gets the bronze, but Andre Brazil, he was not going to make the same mistake that he did in the heats this morning. He knows that Silverman, the 400 metres champion from London, has got a very strong finish, but look at the lead that the Brazilians had there at the halfway stage. Silverman clearly a couple of strokes behind the 2 Brazilians. Andre Brazil coming out and at the finish a clear body length ahead of Silverman and Rodriguez. Andre Brazil takes the gold. Silverman is the Silverman, yes, in second place, and Rodriguez the bronze. Not much to choose between the two for second and third, but Silverman showing that strength, that 400 metre endurance strength at the end of that 100 to come through by 17/100ths of a second. European record for Grigorev in fourth place, 54.22, missing out on the medals. Bronze to Brazil, silver to the USA, but the gold to the man from Brazil, Andre Brazil. He is the champion again.
So here we have the women's 100 metres freestyle S10, same event. Behind the blocks now, and ready to go in just a moment. Molenkamp from the Netherlands, 65.67 to qualifying lane 1. Bianca Papp representing Hungary in lane 2, 63.94 this morning in her heat swim. Ellie Simmons of France, 62.29 seconds, a good swim for her. Looked pretty controlled. She's next door to, well, the very popular and successful Sophie Pascoe. 60.37 is her world record. She posted 60.67 to qualify. Next door to Rivard. Rivard representing Canada. Downey, Australia. She goes in 6. Roulette in 7 for France. Kosterus in 8 to complete the lineup for the Netherlands.
Sophie Pascoe, set in the British trials for the London Games on the 7th of April 2012. She is the champion from London, and she is going to be very, very tough to beat here. Sophie Pascoe looked excellent in the heats, but a very good swim from the Canadian Aurélie Rivard, and she was pushing the great New Zealand swimmer right in there, but Pascoe has got the edge here, 0.3 of a second ahead of Aurélie Rivard. Elodie Lorandi in third position, but they're all chasing Sophie Pascoe now as she comes into the last 25 metres. It's going to be close though.
It is going to be close, but her stroke still looks very long, very strong. I love how she's entering the water with those fingertips and then reaching forwards, almost surfing through the water. But look at the challenge. She's now going to the final 5 metres. She's going to hang on. Oh, a long finish though, my goodness, but she gets it with a new world record. 1 minute 00.15 ahead of the Randy 1:00.47. Only 10/100ths of a second outside of what was the world record, but it's a new world record for Pascoe. The bronze goes to Rivard from Canada. Again, what a dramatic finish.
Well, what about the strength of Elodie Laurenti there? Wow, where did she get that from? She, another one, we saw Silverman in the previous race. Laurenti, the 400 champion from London. What strength she had there. She was out of it at halfway, really, Laurenti. She was well down on Sophie Pascoe, but look at her in the closing stages. And Pascoe, ooh, she's gasping for breath there. She was stretching a long way. But what a swim. 1 minute 0.15, Sophie Pascoe. She was made to work for it all the way, but a fantastic swim from Sophie Pascoe. She will be really pleased with that. A world
European record as well for Laurenti there, 60.47. As I say, just 10/100ths away of what was the old previous world record. But I can't believe how Pascoe held off enough speed to get to that wall. She dived into the finish with that last stroke, more than 2 metres away from the wall. That's just risky business.
She's class act, Sophie Pascoe. 1 minute 0.15. She looks like she put everything into that race. And next stop, sub 60, I think.
Oh,
that's
for sure.
going to be the next one that's going to go.
Not a barrier anymore when you get that close.
Oh, watch out, guys. South African team at GMSM and Serene Sapiro almost coming a cropper there. Well, we're getting to the end of the session now. Not too many events left, another 4 events, but some big events actually to look forward to. I'm looking forward to certainly the S14 200 freestyle. They're going to be very, very close race.
Yes, do stay tuned in because that's with you at 20:26 local time, 8:26 p.m. And here's the victory ceremony of the men's 200 metres freestyle S3.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie de remise de médailles du 200 mètres libre chez les messieurs catégorie S3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medalists.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Lighting really making the air feel quite dramatic, like bouncing off the waters here in the park. Do like a floodlit pool at night. There's just an extra air of drama about everything when you have a facility such as this.
Yeah, it looks in a good venue as the lights have gone down outside. Come up in the pool here, and the Greeks are cheering Ioannis Kastakis, the experienced man. I'm trying to think when he's been around, certainly since the 90s. He's been
over
around
the last 4 years since I've been commentating on Paralympic swimming. He's so consistent, always in the medals, and that's the mark of a true champion, consistency.
It's Martinez Terrell from Spain. Watch out for this man in the backstroke. He swam that 200 freestyle all on backstroke and took out a number of the freestylers, all except one, Dimitro Vinoradets. But a medal for Spain. Great Paralympic legacy they had after the Barcelona Games in '92. One of the top countries in the world for a good decade after that. And they're still right up there challenging. Silver medal this time for Spain, but a gold again to Ukraine and to Dimitro Vinoradets. We'll take the gold for the Ukrainian team. He dominated that race, didn't he? He was the favourite, came in and didn't disappoint.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise
again. He is another one who's retained his world title that he won in 2010. Dimitro Vinoradets. is the world champion from Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
So these gentlemen now will have their photographs taken. Acknowledgement and applause to their teams and supporting the crowd as well. And they depart from the poolside. Busy week for all the swimmers, of course, but especially the big names. Multiple races, the multiple medalists. They're back in the morning, they're racing at night, and they're back in the morning again. It's a 7-day programme, really quite grueling. Here's the women's 200 metres freestyle S3 victory ceremony.
Please welcome the medalists.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Bronze medalist representing
we heard the Ukrainian national anthem. We're going to hear it yet again. And it is a great evening for the Ukrainian team so far. We're also going to hear the Mexican tenor again. You might be able to hear him in the background. That was a great rendition of the Mexican national anthem for Nelly Miranda earlier.
Silver medalist
Chivas Perez.
Patricia Valle.
Very happy with the bronze medal. Patricia Valle again on the medal podium.
Still looking like she's in her 20s. And that's a good thing about sport, I must say. It produces natural growth hormone. It's been proven that when you're active and you lead that active and healthy lifestyle, how that hormone does actually help you keep and stay young and healthy looking.
Takes the gold. What a sensational swim she had this morning. World record performance this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
Olga Swiderska celebrates with the two Mexican swimmers on either side, Patricia Valle and Chivas Perez. I'm just looking up the medal table here after the first session, the first final session so far. And Ukraine are leading the medal table with 6 gold medals, and that's twice as many as any of the other teams. There's the Mexican tenor. It's one of the characters of the game. We'll need to find out more about him. We'll send Nick on a mission so we can find out more information about him. I think we'll probably send Craig Spence on a mission, actually.
I wouldn't mind going on a mission. I wouldn't mind diving into these waters. I've not been in the pool yet in the few days I've been here. And it does look rather inviting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the event.
Australia have won one gold medal this evening, and this is it. No surprise, it's their most successful Paralympic athlete of all time, Matt Cowdrey, who's standing in the centre of the podium. What about this young man? Could he be the man? Many have tried to challenge the great Matt Cowdrey. Many have failed, but could this be the next man to try and challenge the crown of the great man? Rowan Crothers from Australia. Just 15 years of age, and already a medalist at the World Championships. The European champion, Jose Antonio Maria Alcaraz. The Spanish team very pleased that he is there on the medal podium. He challenged the 3 Australians to take the silver medal, but what a swim from this man, Matt Cowdrey. Just 3 100s outside his own world record, 55.33. And, well, you know, when you think back to these guys, these arm amputees, 55 seconds swimming with 1.5 arms, that's not a bad performance at all.
Not at all, and it really wasn't so long ago where the world saw Rowdy Gaines become the first man to dip under 50 seconds in taking the Olympic title in 1984 at the Olympic Games. And, you know, I think Cowdrey here getting into the low 50s now. Low 50s, next pit stop, of course. 55.33, 55.30 is world record. He now enjoys his own national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
We nearly got to the line, advanced Australia fair, not quite.
It's perhaps my mission to ensure that at least one national anthem does finish its chorus before the end of the week. I'm not sure what I'll do, but I'll do my best. But there are the medalists right there, proud gentlemen.
It's Matt Cowdrey. He's not got much of an arm below the elbow there, just a little bit of a stump below the elbow of Matt Cowdrey, but he certainly uses it to great effect. I remember speaking to him and his coach, well, one of the Australian team coaches actually, and said he works really hard on that small arm. He gets a lot of propulsion out of it, and it certainly makes a difference. If you've got that, you know, you've got to use it. Whatever you've got, whether it's a whole arm or half an arm. Matt Cowdrey, 55. Sometimes you step back and you think about that. 55 seconds for 100 freestyle for an arm amputee. It's incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So now the women's 100 metres freestyle S9 victory ceremony. Take to the podium. 3 national flags are there. National flag of Great Britain. And national flag of Great Britain once again. And the national flag of Spain.
Bronze medalist representing Spain, Sarai Gaston.
Spanish having a good end to the evening. Sarai Gaston. She was one of the few, as we said in commentary, the retiral of Medley has opened the door for a number of these swimmers to see if they can take over from the great South African. And one of these youngsters trying to come through, Amy Maran. I think she's, well, she's 16 this week, I think, Amy Maran, if I'm right in saying. Already a silver medalist in the 100 freestyle. Behind her teammate Stephanie Millward, one of the more experienced members of the GB squad. She's been in the GB team now since just before the Beijing Paralympics 2008, so 5 years on the squad. and, well, probably would not have picked this as her #1 chance of winning a gold.
Talking to Stephanie only yesterday and this morning at the early hour prior to the start of the warm-up, and she's just so relaxed but equally so proud to be here again at the World Championships. And here is the national anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, your...
Oh, he had a nice break point there in the anthem. That wasn't bad at all. That was good. Well done, Nick. I don't know what you did, but well done.
Stephanie Millward, you are the world champion. Look at that smile. She'll be on TV adverts all over the UK. Great role model and ambassador for swimming. And a great individual and mentor, I'm quite sure, within the British team. All the youngsters look up to her and can turn to her for advice. She's got time for absolutely everybody. But let's move on to the next event, the men's 200 metres freestyle S14, and there's the start list. That's official 1 to 8. In just a moment's time they'll be taking to the starting block.
The S14 class, of course, swimmers with an intellectual disability. This was the classification just reintroduced to the Paralympic programme in London in 2012 after a 12-year absence. So there was a big issue with the classification of these intellectual disability athletes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
back in Sydney in 2000. Following that, there was a big review of the classification process, and the IPC were satisfied that the procedure for classifying these athletes was robust enough to reintroduce the class to the London Paralympic Games last year. So this is the first of the S14 events for athletes with an intellectual disability at these championships. Dan Pepper goes in lane #1. Dan Pepper, the reigning champion in this one actually, from 2010 in the outside lane. In Kook Lee from Korea in 2. Daniel Fox, the world record holder from Australia, in 3. Won Sang Cho in 4. He looked good this morning in the heat. But so did this man, the Paralympic champion, John Margeir Sverrisson from Iceland. Wai Lok Tang from Hong Kong goes in lane 6. Hong Kong with a big representation in the S14 class. Ben Proctor, the second GB swimmer, in lane 7. Bronze medalist at both the European and the World Championships in the last couple of years. And Satoru Mizuaki from Japan in the outside lane in lane 8. Final of the men's 200 freestyle S14 class. This promises to be one of the great races of these championships.
Chow away there in 0.69, very quick off the blocks. We've got reaction times across the scoreboard. There's not much in it at the moment for them across the field here. All 8 competitors, 4 lengths off the pool out, but going very well. In lane #2 is Lee.
Lee it was first of the turn. It's Korea 1, Korea 2. In Kook Lee and Won Sang Cho, 1 and 2, the 2 Koreans. John Margeir Sverrisson, the Paralympic champion, in 3rd position. The world record holder, Daniel Fox, down in 5th at the moment in 28.08. Daniel Fox finished very well today in the heat. And I remember John Margeir Sverrisson finishing like a train in the Paralympic final last year. A Paralympic champion is just about in third place now, when there is Won-sang Cho from Korea still in first, and In-kut Lee, Korea, still in second.
57s and 58s at the 100-metre turn. Fox down in 58.10 in fourth place, but he should come through. But the third 50 is so crucial, there seems to be some separation of the field. And in lane number 4, Chow starting to edge ahead, perhaps a little bit more, ahead of lane number 5, Sturgeon. Sturgeon having the swim of his life. Sturgeon in second, just 34 hundredths of a second down. Fox coming through now, just 0.68 away from the gold medal. But look at this now, they're inside the final 25, they're approaching the final 15. Looks like... Well, I'll let you call this, Paul.
I think Daniel Fox is coming through for Australia. Here, the world record holder, but the Paralympic champion, John Margie Sverrisson, now coming past the Korean in the middle. But the world record holder is going to be the world champion. Daniel Fox from Australia, 1:58.45, 3/100ths of a second outside his own world record. But the world record holder delivered on the big stage. He finished fast this morning, but he was 5th in the early stages. He came through at the end and took the title. Daniel Fox from Australia is the champion.
4th at the 100 metres. He just looked very, very comfortable. And 4th doesn't sound that great, but when you look at official split times and you realise that he's a very strong back-end swimmer and he raises the race at the third 50, and that's when it matters, and he can maintain that speed, that velocity all the way down in the closing stage, and that's what marks him as the, well, the world champion. What more can you say other than he truly deserves that victory right there?
John Margie Sverrisson from Iceland, the Paralympic champion, coming up into second position, did exactly what he did in London, came through really strongly in the closing stages. He was faster than he went in London, broke the European record, but he wasn't fast enough to catch that man, the world record holder. Daniel Fox is the champion, 1:58.45, 0.9 ahead of John Margie Sverrisson, the European record for the Icelandic swimmer, and Won-sang Cho from Korea will take the bronze medal.
And only 3/100ths of a second away from the world record, his own world record. So let's move on. Women's 200 metres freestyle, same event, S14 category. Lindberg in lane 1, Clark in lane number 2. Curry in lane number 3, so teammates from Australia next to each other. Applegate goes in lane 4 for Great Britain. 2:11.47, world record holder. Firth, well, she's representing Ireland in lane number 5. Next to Davies of Great Britain. Chloe Davies, 2:15.73 to qualify. Marlo Culp, representing the Netherlands, goes in 7. And to complete the lineup, Palazzo in lane number 8 for Italy.
Jessica Jane Applegate set the world record just a few months ago, in June this year. Final of the women's 200 freestyle S14. Jessica Jane Applegate, excellent swim this morning, 2:11.71, very close to her own world record, which stands at 2:11.47. Bethany Firth has gone out strong, very strong in the outside lane also. Marlo van der Kool. Well, Marlo van der Kool, probably before we came into this event, probably the big threat to Jessica Jane Applegate. She didn't have a good heat this morning, and that shows that she's out one of the outside lanes, Marlo van der Kool. She faded very, very badly in the closing stages, and the swimmers in the middle will be chasing the Netherlands swimmer here. Could it have been a ploy for the Netherlands swimmer just to go out slow in the heats, so she's out of the attention of all the people in the middle? So van der Kool going very, very well in first position in lane number 7. Bethany Firth going well also for Ireland, and Jessica Jane Applegate down in about 5th at the moment, 4th as they go through halfway.
That's not looking good at all for Applegate at the moment. I've really liked how Bethany Firth has really kept her head. She was the fastest off the blocks in 0.69, would you believe? And settled down into a stroke. She was into the lead, but just kept some nice rhythm going. There was a reaction from the rest of the field. They're really starting to bunch up now. This is approaching the final turn. But still in the lead up in lane number 7 is Malakult from the Netherlands, but she's been caught. There's not much in it now, around about 0.6 of a metre, I would say, 137.82. Van der Poel through Applegate. There's just 40 metres left, and there's less than half a second into it now, but look at Applegate. She had a tremendous third 50, she pulled it through, what a great turn it was. She's not increasing the stroke rate, but the length and the power of this stroke, while she's kicking away to victory now, with just 15 metres to go.
And here she comes, Jessica Jane Applegate. She had everyone worried in the GB team, but they shouldn't have worried because Applegate has taken it in 2:09.88. The world record has gone 2:09.88 for Jessica Jane Applegate. She's knocked 1.5 seconds off that mark. She was well down at the start, but she came back really strongly. Bethany Firth will take the silver for Ireland, and Taylor Corrie the bronze for Australia, with Marlou van der Kool, the long-time leader, now down in 4th position. Well, Jessica Jane Applegate, how fast did she come back there? She went out 104.6, came back 105.2, almost a negative split, well, almost a straight split there, an equal split on the first 100 to the second 100, and that is not easy to do.
It's not, and if you bear in mind the dive is worth 3 seconds or more, so in real terms it was a negative split, coming back faster than she swam at the first 100 metres at 64, so coming back then with just around about 65.24 seconds, so you know, barely half a second slower, but the dive's worth more than 3. She must have had the confidence from the world of swimming to actually swim it that way, to be so far back, to dare to negative split and come through for a gold medal. Well, only training can tell you can swim it like that. So she must have been doing something very special in the months leading up to these championships.
That was an amazing swim there. Jessica Jane Applegate, 2:09.88. And she was well down. Marlou van der Kool, we saw that in the heats this morning. We might have expected that she would tie up a little bit in the closing stages, but it was still a good swim. She went out for it. She probably swam it the only way she thought she could win it, by trying to go out fast and hang on. Unfortunately for her, it didn't work out. 2:13.70 in 4th position. Just pipped in the closing stages by Taylor Corrie from Australia. Good swim from Bethany Firth, 2:11.91. That is must be a personal best, very close to the world record held by Jessica Jane Applegate.
Second and a half PB, I think, there, Paul. Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but a good second and a half improvement, and yeah, not too far away from what was the world record just a few moments ago. And yeah, the youngster from Ireland, Bethany Firth, she's going to have a great future. I was quite impressed with the racing last year, and she's taken it through this season, so well done to her.
Jessica Jane, she just didn't get sucked into the early pace. She swam her own race, she was confident, and it was a sensational performance by Jessica Jane.
So we're almost set now for another victory ceremony in the Parc Jean Drapeau facility here in Montreal.
CS 11 swimmers with no vision.
Representing Canada,
Donovan Tilsley making his way to the podium, helped by one of the medal volunteers. And the Canadian team, bit of a presence on the medal podium this evening. Donovan Tilsley.
Silver medalist.
These guys have been around for a while. Donovan. Maschenko from Ukraine. Again, The Ukrainian team very strong in the lower numerical classes, also in the visual impairment. Alexander Maschenko takes the silver medal in the 100 backstroke. Look for him in the breaststroke event later on in the week. But the young man, absolutely delighted with that performance. Zalewski in a time of 108.75 will take the gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Was the favourite coming into this race, and he delivered. He's the world champion. Dmitro Zalewski.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
Great camaraderie amongst the swimmers here. Three guys very pleased with their night's performances. A great skill to swim, no vision at all. Don't know if anybody's tried it back at home. It's not easy to do at all. It's bad enough when you go and swim, you dive in, your goggles fill up with water. It really disorientates you. There's Team Mullen again. Scott Quinn's dad in the background. Scott Quinn and mum and dad there. Scott Quinn, the GB breaststroker. Looks like Rebecca Gilbert's in there as well. Goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter backstroke S11 category.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici maintenant la cérémonie de remise des médailles pour le 100 mètres d'eau chez les dames catégorie
women's 100 backstroke.
Ladies and gentlemen,
for the
welcome your medalists.
Veuillez s'il vous plaît accueillir les médaillés.
Bronze medalist representing Ukraine, Marina Pikulia.
Another Ukrainian on the medal podium. What an evening they're having.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Ukraine,
Marina Pikulia. It's the latest Ukrainian to take a medal. Bronze medal this time in the 100 metres backstroke.
Silver medalist representing Germany, Daniela Schulte.
Extremely tight finish, 120.69 for Daniela Schulte. Just 3 100s behind the gold medalist. She takes a silver medal for Germany.
Gold medalist representing New Zealand, Mary Fisher.
New Zealand, 20-year-old Mary Fisher from New Zealand. She was the gold medalist in the 200 medley last year in London in the Paralympic Games. One of my abiding memories is the time when they were filming Mary Fisher. Of course, these swimmers with no vision don't know the result until they get out of the water. Seeing her face when she was told the result by her coach. Just a picture there in London. Big smile, broad smile broke out across her face when she did that. She's now the world champion in 100 backstroke.
King
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos médaillés des championnats du monde.
Mary Fisher is the champion. Daniela Schulte from Germany. Again, another major medal for Daniela. Schulte. It's Daniela Rolle. Many years ago, she swam in the Atlanta Paralympic Games back in 1996. Gave up the sport, went to start a family, got married, and then came back into swimming just a few years ago. It's the German swimmer on the left of your picture there. Still one of the world's very best. So we have a few more medal presentations to come. We'll hear the New Zealand national anthem again shortly, with Sophie Pascoe coming in. Good finish to the night for New Zealand. There's Toon Army again. And probably to support Joseph Craig earlier, I'm guessing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony.
Men's 100 freestyle S10.
S10 category.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici maintenant
The big guys, the fast guys. None faster than the man right in the centre there, Andre Brazil. This time, Andrew Parsons, the Brazilian.
Bronze medalist representing Brazil.
Delegate, the man in charge of the Rio Paralympic Games. He's got a Brazilian medal, gold medal to present. Felipe Rodrigues on the podium again. As he has been at a number of the last major championships. Bronze medal in the last World Championships, silver medal in London. Young Ian Silverman. Well, he broke through last year onto the scene with an unexpected gold in many quarters in the 400 freestyle. He's now shifted to the 100 freestyle.
Gold medalist and world champion.
He didn't quite catch the master. Andre Brazil from Brazil. 51.57 with a little bit of a glide at the end. He's congratulated by Brazilian delegate there, Andre.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you can for the national anthem of Brazil.
First time, I think, this evening. National anthem of Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
I'm sure that won't be the last time we'll hear the Brazilian national anthem. These guys in the S10 class, just the swimmers with minimal disabilities here, subject to the minimal disability criteria. Andre Brazil still proving he is the world's best. It's 3 times he's now won the World Championship title, World Championship gold medal in this event. He first won the title back in Durban, South Africa, 2006. Attained that in Eindhoven in the Netherlands in 2010. And he's now followed up with gold here in Montreal. The Irish fans, well, they had the first gold medal of the evening, Darragh MacDonald, and they've stayed all the way to the last event. Bethany Firth not disappointing them, getting on the medal podium in the S14 women's 200 freestyle. Still got 3 presentations before that one.
Victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter freestyle S10 category.
We're about to hear the New Zealand national anthem again. Mary Fisher previously, we've now got Sophie Pascoe.
Please welcome the medalists.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
The medals and gifts will be presented by Mr. Marc-André Fabien, President of Honor of the Local Organizing Committee, and Mr. Greg Spence, IPC Communications and Media Director.
Les médailles et les cadeaux seront remis par Monsieur Marc-André Fabien ainsi que Monsieur Greg Spence.
Local Organised Committee and the
Médaille de bronze,
Craig Spence, we know, our boss. We're working here. Media director, but what a swim from this young lady, Ellie Rivard. She's swam a great heat this morning. She followed that up with an excellent final performance, 101.61 for the young Canadian. 17 years of age. Certainly one to watch for the future. Ellie Rivard, very pleased with that. But what a finish from this lady. Elodie Larande, European record time, 1 minute 0.47, just 0.1 of a second outside the world record as it stood from Sophie Pascoe. You know what, she nearly took Sophie Pascoe. She took her all the way to the end, showing real strength there in the closing stages. Sophie Pascoe from New Zealand, she is the champion. She is the supreme competitor, went out fast and was able to do enough to win the gold medal. And what a fantastic time, 1 minute 0.15. She smashed the world record by 0.22 of a second. Sophie Pascoe really been a star over the last few years. Still very much of a youngster, still only 20. Again, we'll hear the anthem, New Zealand.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist,
Sophie Pascoe. Brilliant swim from the New Zealander. We saw that long glide in at the end. We know that sub 60 is definitely capable for Sophie Pascoe. There's the money shot. 3 girls smiling. You see that? The bugs are starting to come out now. The insects starting to fly about us as the light goes. And they're all kind of swarming about the bright lights of this pool here in Montreal. A few more medal presentations to come. I don't think I've been bitten yet, so that's the main thing. The Irish fans patiently waiting. You've got another few events to go then, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2 in fact.
victory ceremony for the men's 200-meter freestyle S14 category.
The time clicks over at 10 minutes to 9. 2 medal presentations remaining. Good timing from the guys here at the organisation. Run very much spot on for the time that we've said. Just about going to finish before the bugs take us all over. See all those insects flying about. And your shots there. Won Sang-cho from Korea will take the Koreans' first medal of these championships. Really went out hard, didn't he?
Silver medalist representing Iceland, John Margeir Sverrisson.
Paralympic champion. Last year from Iceland, Jón Margeir Sverrisson has to settle for silver this time, but a personal best and a European record for the Icelander. Swam the race exactly the same way he did in London. But this man had the answer. Daniel Fox set the world record earlier this year in April at the Australian trials, and he was just 3 100ths outside that world record mark. 1:58.45 tonight, 3 100ths outside his own world record, so good finish for the Australian, coming through from 5th place in the early stages, moving up to 4th at halfway and into 1st position at the end of the race, where it's all important. Well, we got one Advanced Australia Fair this time. A little bit longer than Matt Cowdrey's presentation there. Daniel Fox is the champion in the S14 class. So Margeir Sverrisson and Wong Sang-cho, it's the first medals of the championship for Iceland and Korea. It's the Australians' 2nd gold medal, following Matt Cowdrey. We have one final presentation to come, and that's what the Irish have been waiting for. The Aussies also with someone on the podium in this final presentation. Taylor Corey will take the bronze medal, the gold medal goes to Great Britain, and claim the final medal of the first day of competition here in Montreal.
The victory ceremony for the women's 200-meter freestyle S14 category.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici maintenant la cérémonie de remise des médailles de l'épreuve du 200 mètres libre chez les dames catégorie S14.
Please welcome the medalists.
Veuillez s'il vous plaît accueillir les médaillés.
Bronze medalist representing Australia, Taylor Corey.
Taylor Corey from Australia.
Taylor Corey.
Silver medalist last year in London. Now bronze medalist here in Montreal at the World Championships.
Silver medalist representing Ireland, Bethany Firth.
Bethany Firth from Ireland. That's what the Irish have been waiting for. Bethany, great swim, wasn't it, from Bethany Firth? 2:11.91, the world record as it stood before that final, 2:11.47, so just half a second outside Bethany Firth. Again on the medal podium, and there is the trademark here of Jessica Jane Applegate. 2:09.88, and the world record was absolutely smashed by this young lady from Great Britain. She showed great maturity there. Absolutely fantastic. Again, kind of like Daniel Fox in the previous race, she was not in the running at all in the early stages, but really came through in the last 50. Third with 50 to go. But she is the champion, and we'll hear the national anthem of Great Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, your World Championship medalist.
God Save the Queen is the last national anthem that we're going to hear this evening in this first final session from here in Montreal. Just having a quick look at the medal table as it stands after the first day of competition. In terms of gold medals, looks like it is Ukraine with 6 golds. We'll top the medal table after day 1. Great Britain with 4 golds in second position. USA with 3 golds in third. And they have Russian Federation, Australia and New Zealand with 2 golds. The other gold medalists, Mexico, Brazil, Belarus, Ireland and Norway, all with 1 gold each.
Well, we can see across the screens many faces of many champions performing and embracing, collecting medals and rejoicing in the moment, and it's been my absolute pleasure to bring the commentary to you on behalf of the International Paralympic Committee. And it's been my pleasure to work with you this evening, Paul Noble, bringing your knowledge and statistics and history to this wonderful sport that we can blast and share across the world. Please do join in once again tomorrow morning for more racing, more heats, more drama, and again tomorrow night for finals for the IPC Swimming World Championships here in Montreal.